grumpy. I'm very grumpy. And what the fuck? That is so stupid. Fucking retarded. What? What's the matter? Bobby, what's the matter? What, Bobby? It's okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Little coffee. Everywhere. What's the matter? Everything's fine. Go back to sleep, baby. It's okay. Go back to sleep. What's the matter? It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm okay. What are you staring me down for? Okay, freeze. Wow. Come on, Boo. You want it back? Yeah. Good baby. Why are you so sad? Oh my god. Okay, now I'm getting really angry. Now, what? What the hell? Oh. Oh. Well, oh, okay. What? Nothing matter. Oh, bro. Hi, Rod. One more. Okay. Wait. Oh, sorry. Hi. You brought alone. This is really dirty. Hi. Edith. That? What was that? What was it, a yawn? You okay? I'll be back later, Booby. It's not gonna be long. You okay? What? I'm freezing. Okay.
The cultural thing. It's very strange. I don't understand it. Again, it's one thing if it's right up against the mountain, but if it's far away, there's this weird cultural taboo that you just can't do it. So I'm going to talk to both Jimmy on the Big Five about this, as well as the opposition, Ensemble Montréal. They want to build more, but how serious are they about building more is my question. So a lot of talk. Many years, and no one's getting it done. Speaking of that, Vincent Geloso, who's awesome, he is an economist, sort of center-right leaning, classically liberal, a Quebecer, and he had enough and he left, and he teaches now in DC, and he teaches economics there. Map it out for us. What do we do in order to get back on track? I cited the case of Austin, Texas, Ken. The exact same situation we did. Rents are skyrocketing, really hard to find a place.
Austin, yeah.
They fixed it within 10 years by getting rid of a lot of zoning regulations and building up. And now landlords in Austin, Texas are giving rebates.
Wow.
Yeah. So how do we get from the situation we're in to
conversation coming up? I'm going to make a note.
That is at 10:15.
Very good.
Yeah.
Dan, have a terrific show. It sounds like it's going to be a good 3 hours.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Don't go anywhere. Dan Delmore in for Elias Mackos, who's up on parental leave. It's 8:51. Take a little break and come back with your late night roundup after this.
Now, all sizes of premium roast coffee at McDonald's have a new low price starting at $1 plus tax for a small. It's great if you love great tasting coffee. $1 small premium roast coffee every single day. Must be McCafe. Plus tax at participating restaurants in Canada. Excludes delivery.
It's time to grab your crop of homegrown champions at IGA. This week, we're cheering on romaine hearts as they race into your salads for just $1.47 until July 17th. IGA. Local food is everything. On select products. Details in the flyer. Montreal's home for live sports and sports talk. TSN 690.
Right at Cornell's one, yeah! He makes the grab! Touchdown, Montreal!
When you need to know. When you need to get it off your chest.
Is to create the right environment, and you have a history of doing things the right way. That, to me, more than taxes, is a determining factor.
Montreal's Major League Sports Talk lives on TSN 690.
Travel better with Air Canada. You can enjoy free beer, wine, and premium snacks in economy class. Now extended to flights within Canada and the U.S. Cheers to taking off this summer. More details at aircanada.com.
Looking for reliable and local craftsmanship for your roofing needs? Roofing Renovation Dome Pro specializes in residential roofing, shingle roofs, aluminum siding, and new gutters. With over 30 years of experience, their team is dedicated to providing you top-notch services at affordable prices. Roofing Renovation Dome Pro will gladly provide you with the service that best suits your needs, handling one job at a time, ensuring it's done right. From small repairs to full replacements, they've got you covered. Call today for a free estimate or visit dompro.ca.
This summer, get your child ready for the next school year with Top Tutora and Flat Private one-on-one tutoring in all subjects and specialize in the summer slide with personalized lessons, all grades, flexible scheduling. Visit toptutora.com.
Mark Saltzman doesn't just celebrate technology, he demystifies it. For tech news you can use, interviews, reviews, and how-tos, tune in to Tech Talk. Saturday afternoons at 2 on CJ the 800, powered by the Epson EcoTank Pro. Epson.ca.
Right now, when you buy a Silverado, you get the same price as Chevrolet employees. You don't even have to come into the office tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. You can enjoy the High Country's leather seats, or the ZR2's off-road front bumper. And we won't even expect to see you at our Chevrolet office party. So choose a Silverado, and we won't see you at the office tomorrow. During the employee pricing event, get a purchase or lease credit of up to $10,500 on selected 2024 Silverado 1500 and HD models. Conditions apply. Details at ChevroletOffers.ca.
When disaster strikes, time is of the essence. Fire, flood, or mold, Renopco is here to restore your peace of mind. Their certified professionals are available 24/7, 365 to handle any emergency, providing fast, reliable, and thorough restoration services since 2001. Trust Renopco to negotiate a settlement that is fair to you. Call 514-856-9993 or visit renovco.com today.
Here's what drinking kale juice from a $1.49 IKEA Pokal glass sounds like.
Ew.
And here's what drinking kale juice from a 99-cent IKEA Pokal glass sounds like.
Ew.
Did you hear the difference? One's 50 cents less.
Same great products, new lower prices. IKEA. Shop new lower prices on over 400 kitchen items today.
Why would you drink kale?
Get up, get the news you need, and grab a few laughs along the way. The Andrew Carter Morning Show on CJAD 800.
Look at the time, it's 8:55. Let's give you a few laughs before you head up to the 9 o'clock newscast. And then Dan in for Elias at 9:05 with the Big Five at 9:05. This is Neil Brennan. Here he is just before the late night roundup with his take on sports legends.
Tom Brady tried to retire, made it like 10 days. Finally, he was like, I don't know these kids. They were like, yeah, we come outside and throw the ball. He was like, with you guys? No. Dennis Rodman, one of the greatest rebounders of all time. And then he retired. And someone's like, hey, you want to be friends with Kim Jong-un? He's like, you know I do. Lance Armstrong, I don't even consider Lance Armstrong an athlete. I consider Lance Armstrong a criminal who found a bike. Imagine the worst lie you've ever told. Now imagine selling bracelets about it. Respect, sir. Respect.
Seth Meyers.
President Biden spoke at the NATO summit yesterday in honor of the alliance's 75th anniversary to remind everyone that 75 is still really young. Like, it's barely worth even celebrating. President Biden is set tomorrow to hold a solo news conference while the rest of us are set to hold our breath. Former President Trump held a rally yesterday in Florida and gave his son Barron a shout out and said he was, quote, a very good guy. A very good, that's not how you talk about your own flesh and blood. That's how you talk about the neighbor who agreed to water your plants while you're away. Yeah, Dan's gonna do it. He's a very good guy. At his rally last night in Florida, former President Trump challenged President Biden to a golf match. Biden's actually interested because in golf, the lowest number wins. That's right. Trump challenged President Biden to a golf match and said, quote, it will be among the most watched sporting events in history. Would he know? It's not exactly gripping to watch two old guys looking through the weeds for their ball. Here it is, Wade. That's a Callaway.
Jimmy Fallon.
Well, some business news. Chipotle is bringing back their gold foil burrito wrappers for the Olympics. Yeah, it's pretty much a reverse Olympics. First you get the gold, then you do the 100-meter dash to the bathroom. Not to be outdone, in honor of the Paris Olympics, Taco Bell is filling their chalupas with cigarette butts. They get this, NASCAR just debuted their first electric race car. Yeah, it's not quite as exciting when the cars can pull into the pit and recharge for 8 hours, but still, it's... Guys, I heard about a pair of twins who did a health experiment where one ate a regular diet and the other went vegan. It was amazing. At the end of 12 weeks, one still had friends and the other didn't. What? Finally, today, Starbucks was giving away free reusable straw to everyone who bought a cold drink. Yeah, free straw. All you gotta do is buy the $9 iced coffee first. Then you get free straw. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Dunkin' Donuts will puncture a hole in the side of your culotta and let you shotgun it like a beer. We have a great show. Give it up for them. Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Matt Zapanah. Don't miss Matt Zapanah's Vacation from the Taxes event, where you'll save bulk taxes on all Tempur-Pedic, MacTech, Green Sleep, and Beauty Rest mattresses. Summer is here. Celebrate with the Kia EV6 GT with 576 horsepower and does 0 to 100 in 3.6 seconds. Available now at Mega Kia Brossard with a price reduction and grant of $11,500.
By insuring your home and car with Desjardins Insurance, you can save up to 15% on your home premium. Now that's worthy of your attention. Kinda like Mr. Whiskers. Get an online quote. Conditions and limitations apply.
Don't miss the global phenomenon critics call thrilling and endlessly captivating.
The path to victory now is one of 5 buttons.
HBO's original House of the Dragon. New season. Stream now only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Clock on the wall says 8:59. News is standing by. Our newsroom is at work trying to get someone from the MUHC to talk about the situation at the Glenside, of course, with the news that we broke to you this morning. But they don't have any drinkable water right now because of that water main break. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on that story for you. Trudy's standing by. So is Dan Delmar. Congrats again to Jill, our winner of that $500 gift card. G&M Textiles. Ken Connor's going to step aside, let Dan come in. Andrew's back on Monday. Big thanks to Jimmy and to Anthony and to Sarah and to all the kids that I'm looking at here in my romper room gadget. Let's turn things over to Trudy, get you up to date, and have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend, all right?
Good morning. It is 9 o'clock. I'm Trudy Mason with your CTV News update. Mainly cloudy today, a 30% chance of showers, a high of 27, the humidex 35. Weather details coming up in minutes. In Montreal right now, 21 degrees, and here is what is making news. The Glen site of the MUHC has no drinking water. A mysterious oil slick fouling the shoreline of the East End. And fewer mosquitoes in the region this year, but brace yourself for the wasps. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here is Debbie Marcellos.
We're enjoying a very light Friday morning drive, even a stall on the 13th southbound in Laval just before the Bisson Bridge. It has not affected the drive. They've already cleared the stall, and it's not a problem. On the Met westbound, it is busy from Saint Laurent into Décarie, and that's because there's an uneven roadway just before the Décarie Circle. Eastbound side, a minor slowdown through the Décarie Circle. Eastbound Metropolitan, no problems on Décarie Expressway, but a broken water main on Décarie Boulevard has it closed from Saint-Jacques to Sherbrooke, and that is affecting access to the hospital. On 25 south for La Fontaine Tunnel, one lane toward the South Shore backs up from Sherbrooke, and a reminder that this weekend we'll have closures in both directions at the La Fontaine Tunnel during the overnight hours. Hit by a snack attack, footlong it back with Subway's new footlong sidekicks. Try Subway's footlong cookie, pretzel, dippers, or churro today. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 9:15.
In the news, the MUHC is canceling all outpatient and surgical appointments at the Glen site in NDG today because of a nearby water main break, the one Debbie Marsalis has been telling us about in her traffic report. The break has left the Royal Vic, the Children's Hospital, and the other facilities at the Glen with no potable water. In addition to the cancellation of outpatient clinics and surgeries, ambulances are being sent to other hospitals. Montreal police used chemical irritants on a crowd of pro-Palestinian demonstrators last evening. For spokeswoman Véronique Dubuc says the decision to break up the gathering came after the protesters left Victoria Square and things got out of hand as they moved along St. Catherine Street.
During their march, fireworks were thrown in the direction of police officers. The window of a banking institution on the corner of Peel Street and de Maisonneuve Boulevard West was smashed. Police intervened and used irritant gas to disperse the crowd.
One person was arrested in connection with an assault on an officer. Meantime, McGill says it will consider disciplinary action, including possible expulsion for students who took part in the more than 2-month-long pro-Palestinian encampment at its downtown campus. Administration and Finance Vice President Fabrice Lebeau says there was misconduct by some campers.
We've seen intimidation, harassment, damage to property. We've seen an occupation of the building. We've seen clashes with the police.
Weeks ago, the school had offered the campers amnesty in exchange for packing up their tents and heading home, but organizers said no to that offer, and it had since gone by the wayside. Tests are underway on a black slick that is fouling the shoreline of Pointe-aux-Trembles in the East End. The viscous, oily substance on the surface of the river can be seen for hundreds of meters. La Presse says the Environment Ministry has sent samples to a lab for analysis and should have the results today. In addition to soiling the vegetation and rocks on the shoreline, the slick has dirtied boats in a nearby marina. Rivers Foundation President Alain Saladius suspects the substance may have come from one of the refineries in the area. And you may have noticed this. There are fewer mosquitoes around this summer. Exterminators tell the Journal de Montréal this spring's weather put a dent in mosquito populations. The early thaw and runoff was not conducive to the prolonged dampness that produces a bumper crop of the biters. However, the exterminators are seeing more of another pest, wasps. They say the relatively mild weather over the winter allowed more of the queens to survive, and they have been breeding. The peak of wasp season is expected in about 2 weeks. For interviews and other audio, go to CJAD800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. Mainly cloudy today with a 30% chance of showers this afternoon, a high of 27, the humidex 35. A few clouds tonight, a low of 20. Tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 40% chance of showers in the afternoon, a high of 29. And the outlook for Sunday, sunny and a high of 30. In Montreal right now, 22 degrees. For all the news during the day, you can stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 9:30.
The Big Five on the Elias Macco Show.
Brought to you by the LaPointe Investment Group of CIBC Wood Gundy. They can always be reached at 514-847-6324.
Good morning. Welcome to the Elias Macco Show. My name is Dan Delmar, filling in for Elias just for today. The next week on the program, I'm shifting back to Aaron's show, and I'll be filling in on Montreal Now with Justine McIntyre, the city councillor, who, of course, you know from the Big Five here, and that's where we begin in just a moment. But first, shout-outs. I want to do a quick shout-out to my mother-in-law, who conveniently chose this week to visit, so thanks, Aida. I usually work from home about half the time, and we have a brand-new baby girl, so the help is greatly appreciated. So, Haida, thank you. And also shout out to my friend, Miss Gemma Rayburn-Baines, because her big festival is underway. And full disclosure, our company, TNKR Media, does support the festival, and we're longtime friends. And that festival is the Spice Island Cultural Festival, happening now, tomorrow and Sunday in Pape-Vinet. This is the celebration of Grenada. And all Caribbean cultures, with lots of outdoor food, music, dance, and art all weekend long. Spice Island Cultural Festival.com for more information. And please, if you do go, spend a lot, eat a lot of great food, and give generously, because the festival is focusing on hurricane relief in Grenada following that really dangerous storm that ripped through the islands there, Grenada, Carriacou especially, and Petite Martinique. So Spice Island Cultural Fest at Parc Vinet this weekend. Okay, the Big Five, Jimmy Zubris is with us. He's a special advisor to the mayor of Montreal. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning. You put a lot of pressure on Meeker and us now, eh? You did a shout out for your mother-in-law. Meeker and I better say something, or else we're in trouble.
Go for it if you want to shout
out to my mother-in-law.
There you go. Meeker? Meeker Gary.
Well,
I don't have a mother-in-law anymore, so I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I'm single, so I don't have to deal with that.
That's fair enough. Mika Gary, weekend news anchor at Nouveau, commentator at RDS. Welcome, guys. Let's jump right in. Justin Trudeau has admitted he's trying to recruit Mark Carney for finance minister. Trying? Ouch. It seems as though Carney needs to be convinced. What do you think? Does he need to be convinced, and why? Why shouldn't anyone just jump at the opportunity to be finance minister of Canada? Mika, what do you think?
Well, I think that anyone who would want to be finance minister can see what's going on with the Trudeau government right now and how unpopular it is and how tough it'll be to convince Canadians that the direction that the Liberal Party has taken with the economic politics is the right way to go. There's so many things that need to be addressed, that need to be changed, and a lot of Canadians are unsatisfied with the way our taxpayer money is being spent, and also the philosophy of the Canadian government right now. So I think it's going very hard to convince someone to take the lead on that role. That being said, when I saw the news, all I can say is that politics is a dirty sport, not just because I'm a commentator at RDS, but because we very often compare politics to sport. Christopherland is one of his closest friends in politics, and he's still trying to replace her because he didn't say it officially, but if you recruit Mark Carney, head of the Bank of Canada, you're not going to put him in another position other than finance minister. Although
tongue cut out of your mouth.
Stephen Guilbeault, he wasn't right from the get-go the minister responsible for the environment. That might happen, but that happens in a government that you see or you foresee being in power for a while. That's not the case for the Trudeau government. So it's kind of hard. I mean, Christopherland is stuck right now between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I
Between
think that's too
choosing
bad
which
because
not to
she was
cancel or
doing a
Disney
great
Let's
job
Go. That
foreign
hard
affairs,
place that she's in.
and she is also deputy
But
prime
she knows
minister.
how privileged she is.
Yeah, it's
So
a
that's-
tough call, very tough call.
That's
I mean,
something.
politics is so rough. This situation does remind me of Bill Morneau, who was also thrown under the bus by the PMO a little while ago, and this time they're
Christopherland could make me a born-again Christian.
Economic messaging, not the economics, the economic messaging. What do you think of the way they're treating Freeland?
Well, you know that the playbook in politics is, right, when things aren't going well, the first person to lose their job is usually your director of communications, and then it's your chief of staff. If you saw this week, there was an editorial in the Toronto Star, the Sun, asking for Katie Telford as chief of staff, so longtime chief of staff, resignation. At the same time, there's been grumblings inside the Liberal Party about their messaging. It's not just it's not only a question of what they're doing, but you said it right on, that their messaging just doesn't seem to be well. Poilievre has been able to use his slogans, axe the tax, and so on. Very,
Oh,
very
you mean the
well.
ones that are working very well?
The Liberals have not had a defense for this, or been able to convince
Literally,
Canadians. No,
honestly,
our way is the right
anything
way
at this point,
on
I
this.
think.
Mark Carney now.
You guys
here's
could
the
literally
thing,
say
right?
anything.
It's not a secret. I think he probably wants to be leader of the party one day. The question now is,
Other
does he
than,
want to
we're going to
associate
tax you
himself
more.
with
That's
Trudeau
probably the
at
worst
what
thing you could have
point, right?
said.
So does he come on and become a finance minister and maybe something else, and you know, but he's only got 1 year, right? Because the election is in a year. Maybe they can stretch it a little longer too. But in 1 year, he's got to turn around this boat, which for the last year and a half, Trudeau's been polling at 15, 16, 17 points behind Poilievre.
There's no Canada. I like French Canada. It's the best Canada in the world.
Might be it, but I'm not 100% sure if there's enough time to turn things around, because you'd really have to sell. And at the same time, he would have to sell the package the way almost Chrétien did at one point, where it was if you remember those old ads, it was Chrétien and Martin in the ads. Why? Because the most popular person in the Liberal Party at one point was Paul Martin. And Jean Chrétien wasn't. You want to talk about somebody who knew how to get in the corner with the elbows. it was Jean Chrétien. He knew how to do this. So it's a bit of a Hail Mary. I think Christopherland, I think the summer we're going to have a new finance minister. I think Trudeau is looking for ways in which to bring in Mark Carney. Look, he could also do something that Stephen Harper did in the past. He appointed, if you remember, Larry Smith and Michael Fortier to the Senate so that he can bring them in cabinet. And then, of course, they resigned and ran in the next election. But the decision is Mark Carney's. Mark Carney wants to be prime minister, and I think he's got to make that decision on how much he wants to associate himself with Trudeau.
I actually said on the Big Five on the other end as a panelist recently that I think that Mark Carney does not want to be in the House of Commons anytime soon. I think he would have run in Toronto in that Toronto riding a while ago if he really wanted to get in there, but I don't think he wants to be associated.
But now
with
he can cheat his way in.
Nor do I think he wants to stick around for 4 years potentially in opposition.
I don't think it's a lie there.
This whole mess is
And you want to go in for about a year or
Do you
so?
think it's better for Mark Carney to just kind of hang back and maybe decide to jump in later on when,
of course,
when the storm is past?
Of course. Lay back, lay
But I
low,
will.
and as you both said, you don't want to associate yourself to an old regime and a regime on the way out. So why would he do that? What? And I'm trying to put myself in his position. Why would I want to be associated with Justin Trudeau if I see him trailing in the polls and I don't see him being a prime minister after the election? So there's no reason for him politically or strategically to do so. So honestly, if I were one of his friends, I would tell him, my advice would be like, sit that one out, sit and just wait it out, and you'll see. Because if Trudeau, you see him, rising in polls, having another chance, it'll always be time to join the parade and not to take another sports analogy, but to hop in the bandwagon anytime soon. It'll always be time for that. So yeah, I would tell him to sit that one out and wait and see how it develops and how it unfolds, and then make a decision from there.
Jimmy, real quick, just a couple of seconds. If you're advising Carney, do you say hang on or jump in?
At some point, he's got to jump in. I look back at John Turner, who stayed out too long. I look back at Ignatieff, who came in. I'm not sure if this is the right moment, but at some moment, Mark Carney also has to get his feet wet in the ring and, meet the Liberals. And Liberals still have shell shock from how badly they did under Ignatieff. And of course, you know what? You want to take the old sport analogy? You can't play in the finals.
No, I don't want a sport analogy.
Season. And I think a lot of political pundits look at that. And
I want just regular information.
Right now, he's a larger than
no
life figure who's
puns.
just looming on the outside.
No clever fucking.
Speaking of getting
No clever fucking digs. See, like that, like that.
Very true. That's a sports reference that went over my head. Maybe is that what happened there?
Yeah, probably. He was a role player, and he was able to be one of the stars and one of the stars, the heroes of that Stanley Cup win. But then afterwards, his career didn't go as planned, and he couldn't live up to those expectations. So that might be what happened to Mark Carney.
Just like you couldn't live up to your fathers.
Anytime soon, but I think that he has a. I don't want to say the charisma, but maybe the experience and the reputation to maybe go over that, and maybe his political career can survive getting in the ring later than expected.
Speaking of politicians waiting, Jimmy, your friend Craig Sauvé is also waiting to jump into the ring, and that also is a big issue at the PMO. We'll talk about that next. It's 9:17, 17 actually, the 800 traffic. Good morning, Debbie Marcellus.
Good morning. It's a great drive. We have very light volume in Laval. On the Met westbound, it slows from Saint Laurent into Décarie, where we have an uneven roadway, and that is what is affecting the drive. Volume remains light and just slows through the Décarie Circle on the eastbound 40 and Décarie northbound. On Décarie Boulevard, we have a broken water main, and access is closed from Saint Jacques up to Sherbrooke, and it is affecting the access to the Super Hospital. 40 westbound out to Vaudreuil, one lane on the Illitor Bridge toward Vaudreuil, backs up from Boulevard des Anciens Combattants 2 lanes toward Montreal for the time being. They'll switch that over for the afternoon commute. In July, at Pitou Minot et Compagnon, buy 2 split cups of Nutram wet dog or cat food and get a third absolutely free. Nutram, available at Pitou Minot et Compagnon. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 9:30.
Now, back to the Big Five at 9:05 and more of the morning's hot topics on CJAD 800.
Good morning, Dan Delmar in for today, and I am back on the Drive Show next week on Montreal Now in for Aaron with Justine McIntyre. So right now on the Big Five, we have Jimmy Zubris and Meeker Guerrier. Guys, last night on the program, I spoke to Jimmy's pal, Craig Sauvé, who is waiting. The city councillor, formerly with Projet Montréal, is the NDP nominee for LaSalle et Marne Verdun, the former Justice Minister, David Lamette's seat. No by-election called yet. The Prime Minister is legally obliged to by the end of the month, but they've been stalling. Are Liberals about to lose another stronghold, Jimmy, to your pal?
I hope so. Party politics aside, Craig is a friend. Full disclosure, I think you know that, Dan. And Craig is probably one of the hardest working, nicest people you could ever meet. Certainly in that area, he decided he wanted to do this. He's been going door to door every single night, talking to the residents, and there's nobody who knows that area better than Craig. If he, I was comparing it a bit to the Tom Mulcair situation with Outremont, if you remember back, right? The NDP, had nobody in Quebec, and there was a by-election, and Tom Mulcair was named early, and they hit the ground running. They brought in hundreds of volunteers. Jack Layton spent more time in this riding, I think, than any other riding, and I still remember him getting on the 80 bus and riding it up and down the street, talking to people. I thought it was one of the most fantastic campaign things. But the Liberals named a good candidate, an ex-ambassador, late in the game. By that time, the ship had sailed. They were able to win the seat. Of course, the rest is his way. But it set the foundation for having somebody in Quebec. Same thing, I think, here is that I think the more and more the Liberals wait, because maybe they're looking to recruit a Mark Carney type or recruit somebody else or something, it gives Craig and the NDP a better chance to win that seat. So, I mean, I'm really hoping Craig wins it. Like I said, it has nothing to do with whether it's NDP, Liberal, or Conservative. I just think he's somebody who's well-deserving of it.
Before we get to Meeker, let's just hear from Craig, who was on Montreal Now with us last night.
It has to happen. In the meantime, it's been several months that people of LaSalle, Côte-Saint-Paul, and Verdun don't have an MP. And, that actually affects the quality of, representation and the issues that we have. We need an MP. So I asked for it to be called quickly, but we're still waiting.
Meeker, last night I was saying, next to Donald Trump, Justin Trudeau might be scared of Craig Sauvé next. He might be the number 2 headache for Justin Trudeau at the moment, because that's another Liberal stronghold that may fall. I don't know, will it? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it will for various reasons, but we talked about polling, but also it's just a general, because there are two things. Normally you have polling, but you never know how things are going to turn. And who's going to come out to vote also. And there's also people that don't want to tell in polls who they're going to vote for, especially if it's a party in power and they're not having a good year or whatnot. But I really think with what happened in Toronto with the Conservative Party winning a Liberal stronghold, I think we're going to see that happen if there are any other partial elections, because it's always safer in a partial election to vote for a party that you don't necessarily believe in, don't necessarily think they're going to be in power, but you just want to send a message to the government in place. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Greg is not one of my friends, but I think that he will most probably win because of that, because I don't think that people are ready in Montreal to vote necessarily for a Conservative representative right now. But who knows? Who knows what will happen in the next few months and in the next election.
But usually around this time, I would have heard some rumors, some names floating around for potential Liberal candidates. I've heard nothing at all.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, though.
There's a few names, very local names. When I say local, that were involved that I've heard floating around. I really think that the Liberal Party is, from what I've heard, is they're trying to attract somebody else, and I think it's also this is an opportunity for a party to sort of redirect itself, right? Like bring in somebody else, maybe somebody of diversity, maybe somebody of economic, like I mean, McCartney might be the big fish, but
a brown
somebody
woman,
else
obviously.
to sort of say, hey, look, we're redoing our team in Montreal, and there's a huge anti-Trudeau vote out there. We saw it in Toronto, and
That's why Dominic Anglade quit.
I don't have to tell you, probably hear
She
from
won't work for
callers every
him.
day, Dan. So I think it would, in order, although it's a
I thought it was
safe
'cause of the
Liberal
girl.
seat, it's a seat which I think they have to take seriously, that they can lose. And the best way in which they can keep that seat is somebody with certain name recognition, or a way in which they can package it. And I think the Liberal Party is looking for that person, right, to give them.
What happened to Jenny Coderre?
Trudeau cannot afford another loss. If he loses, I mean, losing LaSalle after St. Paul's, it's the equivalent of the Liberal Party of Quebec losing Westmount and TMR. Like this is really big. Like Trudeau's just barely hanging on now. So we'll see what happens.
Are you hearing here? We're just chatting. No shots.
I don't want to out them, Dan, but I know that there are people working in the background to get things. And people who worked with David Lametti, and there's some fine people. So I just don't want to. I don't want to out them for nothing.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it could get to the point, Meeker, if we're looking
Coderre.
down the road. I mean,
Coderre.
is Justin Trudeau unpopular to maybe even be overtaken by the NDP in the next election? I think that's the bigger danger, because if they're losing strongholds like this, I mean, is Matt Royal next? And if those Montreal strongholds fall, who else is voting for the Liberals in Canada?
It's a good point. Look at what happened to the provincial Liberal Party. It was concentrated in Montreal.
Dominic Anglade.
Pretty much
Say
what
it.
happened in the past election, and that
Say
can always happen to a federal party. And if you go way back with the Conservative Party, with
Dominic Anglade. Say your name.
look at what happened when Jean Charest and I don't remember who else was there. Who was the other?
Well, you're fucking not really useful, are you?
MPs in the country that is no one would have thought of that. So
Oh, call that. Are you fucking drunk? Like,
once that happens, it can be very long and very complicated to rebuild. So
sounds like you took a Xanax. Like,
it could happen. So the Liberal Party will have to make a move. They will have to have solutions or other offers for Canadians and
Dominic,
something
I'm glad.
to support or to vote for. So I'm not sure the NDP will be the solution because a lot of people can turn around and say, "Hey, why not? Look at what happened in France." Also, people said, "Yeah, we never tried the far right, so why not try it?" So, I mean, the Conservative Party is not as far right as the National in France, but it is on the right side of the balance. And yeah, a lot of people can say, "Hey, why not? Why not try it? And why not see what gives and maybe try something else?" So that can certainly hurt Trudeau and his government and his party right now.
Gentlemen,
what is hurting Trudeau's government is himself.
Montreal.
Those protesters are related to the McGill encampment clashing with police. Police say there were some firecrackers launched at them, window broken,
Idiot.
and some general chaos there.
That's a fucking bad fucking.
Continuing on, do you expect it to continue? Do you expect more camps
Charge
to pop
to
up?
get
And if so,
dough.
how should the city respond, Jimmy?
Well, the camps popping up, I think the mayor was clear, is that
From what I understand, it's the famous shooting a firearm
Victoria, there
at
was
a police.
one that was dismantled on Friday, which got less attention because it was in the afternoon, Faubourgs, and certainly this one. That there's going to be more protests, yes. The war in Gaza has not ended. In fact,
it will not end until he kills every single one of them.
Some of the groups, in fact, they seem to have sometimes conflicting protests, right? Because there's different groups who for some reason,
There's
I
the
don't know why
Zionists
they
who
don't
call
do one
themselves
protest. There's
Jewish.
different groups who protest for different things. So
And then there's the other people who are
as long as there is a war,
getting nuked
and of course,
and fucking brutally massacred in their
feel
homes.
that they
So,
they can
there's
put pressure,
that.
whether it be on McGill or other organizations, to divest funds from Israel. So I think the police dispersed it quite quickly yesterday, from what I understand. They declared it illegal, so I think they've changed a bit their strategy also.
You guys just changed the law overnight.
But they were quite quick. The only sad thing was there was damage, I think, to a bank at the corner of Field.
Oh no, not a bank.
And so on. But I think the police.
Is it your bank?
In confining it.
Meeker, how should we respond to these protests continuing?
It's hard to say because protesting is part of our rights. It's part
Yep.
of our
Oh my God.
It's part of our democracy as well.
Yeah, but over there, quietly, and not after this time, is not protest.
Or damaging property and so on. But
I agree.
I mean, it's also part of protesting. I
Yes.
mean, you can't have an efficient protest if you don't have
Disruption.
some kind of turmoil, or at least
Disruption.
You have to disturb. It has to disturb the system. It has to catch the attention.
Otherwise,
of people.
what's the point? This is why white people get fuck all done. Hell no, we won't go. Like,
have a sit out on the
and then they're like, wait, how much? And they get paid off, and they fucking wrap it up. They go, well, I think we proved their point.
Times and how many
Hands up, don't shoot, I can't breathe is very effective.
Signs, and then it's over, and no one ever talked about it in the news or anywhere else. So protests are there to disturb. It's part of the principle of a protest. That being said, you don't want to see anyone injured or any property.
Oh, you mean like when the cops shoot the shit out of somebody? Yeah, it sucks when that happens. Especially when they're like old ladies getting trampled by horses.
But yeah, it's part of it. So I think that police has intervened properly up until now. And
I think you guys are just getting the reality check of what we deal with when we have cops to deal with, and what you guys usually deal with is a bit different, apparently.
Department to intervene. They're not gonna.
I think it's hilarious. They're doing what they usually do. They're standing over there watching.
Or whatever. They're gonna do what's right, and they're gonna do what strategically they think is the best thing to do. And I like that answer, and the encampment lasted for weeks, months even. So
you should watch the Oka crisis. They line up on the highway. They're just lined up on the highway, and there's hundreds of them. People are launching fucking rocks.
No one is injured, and there are no dangerous attacks. The fireworks, for instance, I don't like seeing that.
No, I agree. That's not a
obviously, it looks a little bit like what's going on in Europe, especially in France. I don't want to see that because I don't want to see anyone injured on both sides, whether it's protesters or officers. I don't want to see that. But yeah, there are going to be some confrontations.
Because no one's going to be like, oh, I'm Canadian, I'm allowed to protest because it's my fucking right to my freedom of speech to protest.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we're going to talk to Jimmy about
but not if you go around hurting people. That's not okay. It's not perfect.
Calls for Joe Biden to resign are getting even more intense. That is on the way. But first, the news with Trudy.
It's Canada's #1 reality competition series. Get into a new episode of the...
Well, you guys did it. I actually miss Jim. Even though he's an imbecile ignoramus. Just the most pompous douche. But so much better than you guys. Like, truly, honestly, heartless monsters. Just awful. There's one of you who has more than half a brain being like, you don't understand what a protest is, obviously. Probably because he's a fucking millennial who also got fucked.
Is being canceled at the last minute. Organizers say harassment on social media left them afraid for their safety.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Performers and volunteers. And BC is bringing up
oh my god, with the shit
fire ban in at noon today in a bid to ward off wildfires during an exceptional hot spell.
There's the boy who cried wolf.
province. Hundreds of people are on evacuation alert with more than 150
They just cried wolf
forest
so
fires
many
already
times that
burning.
when there was an actual
More
emergency,
news
nobody
at
came.
ctvnewsmontreal.ca, including a story about the jump in wildfire risk here in
Especially
Quebec.
when it was him that started firing up the wolf.
From the CJAD 800 traffic center,
No,
here is
thank you. Big pass. I don't even know how you guys managed to do more ads. Like, I thought you guys couldn't do more ads because now you're more ad than fucking actual show. This is fucking insanity, man. You guys are just crazy. Just the most fucking crazy. Because the second it happens to one of your people, it's like everyone has to stop on the planet. Like, guys are like surprised that the cops aren't doing jack shit. Yeah, welcome to my fucking reality. Every time I've ever had to deal with cops, you're better off just dealing with it yourself at this point. Like, I've been threatened to be arrested when I called them.
few clouds around tonight, a low of 20. Tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 40% chance of showers in the afternoon, a high of 29. In Montreal right now, it's 22 degrees. Your next CTV News update is at 10 o'clock.
Down the street.
Local, and
Near
letting you
Formula 1.
have
My dad
your
works the
say.
graveyard shift.
Join the conversation.
45 minutes.
The Elias Macco Show.
It's a 5-minute walk.
CJAD 800. Dan
2
Delmar
minutes.
in for just today, and
45
we're going to
minutes.
continue with a supersized Big Five, Jimmy and Meeker, on the not building taller than the mountain rule in Montreal with a housing crisis. Maybe it's time to revisit that. Plus, the list of people calling on Joe Biden to resign is growing.
Affordability crisis,
and
not a housing
all that
crisis.
on the way. Plus, the latest from the MUHC will go live there at 9:45. I also want to hear from those in the MUHC community who are on the scene. We're going to open up the phone lines at around 9:50. If you work there, you can call in anonymously if you like, or if you're a patient even at the MUHC. They're dealing with a bit of a water crisis now, and several priority procedures have
Go
been
buy
canceled
some water
today.
bottles.
So do check on the MUHC, the Glen site, if you do have an appointment there today, and we'll go live there a little later this hour.
When big news happens,
There's been a very bad traffic accident in Laval.
Montrealers know where to turn.
We're now hearing that 3 people died in this crash.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
At Club Inn, we're in summer clearance mode with end-of-season prices just in time for the start of your vacation. How about that? Save up to 40% on the largest selection of patio furniture in Quebec. Up to $1,800 off a heated above-ground pool. Or up to $3,400 in rebates and benefits on jacuzzi hot tubs. Even our unbeatable price products are discounted for maximum savings. Don't miss out. Only at Club Inn.
At Hydro Solution, we install water heaters, charging stations, and even heat pumps. That's how we roll. We get it done. Get it done as in we deliver, we install, we remove, we screw in, we strengthen, we measure, we level. We pet your dog because he's so cute. We unplug, we reconnect, we assemble, we calibrate, we adjust, we test, we fasten, we pick up. And we only leave once all the work is done. Hydro Solution. We rent, we sell, we install. We get it done. All of it.
Travel better with Air Canada. You can enjoy free beer, wine, and premium snacks in economy class. Now extended to flights within Canada and the U.S. Cheers to taking off this summer. More details at aircanada.com.
Right now, when you buy a Silverado, you get the same price as Chevrolet employees. You don't even have to come into the office tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. You can enjoy the High Country's leather seats or the ZR2's off-road front bumper, and we won't even expect to see you at our Chevrolet office party. So choose a Silverado, and we won't see you at the office tomorrow. During the employee pricing event, get a purchase or lease credit of up to $10,500 on selected 2024 Silverado 1500 and HD models. Conditions apply. Details at ChevroletOffers.ca.
Until July 15th, take advantage of the C&M Textiles Moving Day sale. Get up to 60% off custom blinds, motorization, wallpaper, and more. Make sure you have everything you need in your new home. Curtains, bedding, upholstery, wallpaper, and much more. Their experienced consultants will guide you through your projects this moving season. Do it once, do it right with C&M Textiles. At your service for over 75 years. CMTextiles.com.
C&M Textiles.
As a sleep expert at Dormez-vous, I've heard some pretty creative solutions when it comes to sleeping hot. But when 11 oscillating fans and ice packs under your pillows just aren't working, know that we're here to help. With temperature-regulating sheets, mattresses, and pillows, we can find a cooling solution that's perfect for you. Because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep.
Get a cooling Certa Queen mattress for only $5.99 at the Sleep Cool event. Hurry, price ends Sunday.
This summer on CTV, champions will rise. Dreams will come true. A golden opportunity to win it all.
A new episode of The Amazing Race Canada, Tuesday at 9 on CTV.
Now, back to the Big Five at 9:05 and more of the morning's hot topics on CJAD 800.
Good morning, Dan Delmar filling in just for today, and I'm joined by Jimmy Zubris and Meeker Guerrier on a supersized edition of the Big Five. Thanks, gentlemen, for joining me longer on this Friday. We're talking to the official opposition critic, Ensemble Montréal, on housing later in the show. And I spoke to the gentleman earlier. I asked if he's willing to get serious about building up and whether or not they're willing to loosen zoning restrictions, including building taller than the mountain, that famous rule in Montreal. So building taller than the mountain is seems like it's a no for Ensemble Montréal. Not holding any hope that Jimmy's going to give me a yes on that one. I don't think that's going to be a reversal of position from this administration, Jimmy. But I mean, is there something really, truly morally wrong with building taller than the mountain, even if it's far away from the mountain, 5 kilometers away?
Well, I don't know, 5 kilometers away, I think you're in another area. But look, one of the things in Montreal, what urban planners have told me is that you know right off the bat that you can't build higher than the mountain. So it becomes a way in which to build around. One of the things which is becoming an issue, and I'm glad you brought this up, Dan, is not just necessarily building higher than the mountain, but the views of the mountain, right? So you're seeing now when a lot of projects are going up, a lot of residents who, have the right through the process to complain, whatever, saying, hey, wait a second, my view of the mountain is being blocked, whatever. Where I think there's got to be, some give or take, whatever, in certain areas, because not each case is not the same, right? But in going higher than the mountain, I don't think we need to go higher than the mountain. At the same time, I think this whole thing about views, whatever, there might be some leeway there, but like I said, it's a case-by-case scenario. There's still a lot of places that can be densified. There's still a lot of places we can go a lot higher. So I'm not that worried. That's not going to be the magic solution, as was proposed by our opponent in the last election. I mean, he backtracked really, really quickly on this one.
I do think, Meeker, that it is actually a magic solution, because I think if you just allow developers to build a few more stories, you'll house a few more people, and that'll help the housing crisis.
No.
It's not that simple. Build more homes. I thought it was that simple.
No, because there are so many other things that can be done to help with that crisis. First of all, the permits. I mean, 18 months to have a permit, sometimes more. I mean, I think to me that's a bigger problem. All those schools and buildings, abandoned buildings, how much time it takes. Have you noticed whenever a gas station closes, and then you're like, oh, they're going to build something, and then 2 years later we're still waiting. Look up in the corner of
I did not notice that.
For years, that gas station has been closed.
Wow, really?
There was supposed to be buildings built there.
I wonder what happened.
Years. It doesn't make sense. To me, that's a bigger
problem.
I'm
sure there's a reasonable explanation.
Than the Mont Royal. And honestly, I don't want Montreal to look like Vancouver. I love Vancouver. I love this city. I love the building. And you're talking to someone who loves cities, who loves skyscrapers. I'm always impressed by them. I always want to see more. I want to have more in my city as well. But to me, I don't think that's a solution, first of all. I think we need to build more and densify more in other sectors of the city. As for what Jimmy said, yes, maybe you can have buildings taller than the Mont Royal, but very far away from downtown. Not even 5 kilometers to me is a little too close. It would have to be further east or west. And I think that there are other problems that need to be addressed for us to have a better viewing or a better setup towards building more. For instance, not having any transport for the east part of the city, to me, is a bigger problem. We should focus on that before focus on having taller buildings, because no one wants to live in Pointe-aux-Trembles or even in Tétroville. Why? Because there's no transport, and it doesn't make sense. It's a straight line to downtown. We should be able to have more efficient transport there. Finally, we're going to see the blue line extend down east, but it doesn't make sense. I mean, I was a kid. I remember when the blue line was built, because I grew up in Park X and I went to school in Outremont. It didn't make sense not to have a metro. Finally, we had it, but the blue line was supposed to be extended there, and it was never done. And that's 40 years ago. So, but I think there are other bigger solutions, because once you start compromising on those principles. Companies and construction companies will have no emotions toward that. They won't do anything if the city doesn't put a rule down. They will not by themselves rule themselves. They won't decide, okay, well, you know what, this doesn't look good in the landscape. Look at what happened in Griffintown. I don't want the city to look like that.
Oh yeah, like that. All shells of buildings.
The city is right not to bend on that rule.
And I don't know why no one said anything yet.
Idea very well here, but I think Vince Angeloso, economist, will be more into it. He'll join
that
me.
Was
at
awesome.
15. Okay, last one, guys. Maybe about 30 seconds each. A growing list of people calling for Joe Biden to step aside. U.S. ambassador,
oh my God.
Former ambassador.
I absolutely 100% refuse to listen to one more fucking goddamn story about fucking Joe Biden. Like, deal with the shit here. I don't want to hear Joe Biden anymore. Like, it's not even like a debate. It's just sad. Like, really sad. Like, he's very clearly, like, confused and lost and doesn't know what he's doing or where he is. Like, it's super sad. I don't know why his wife's doing fuck all. That is funny. That's super funny. Aww. And so I don't do nice things for people anymore because they're fucking dicks. Fuck me. Why is this always on now? Okay. How many fucking pictures do I have? That's fucking cool. Oh. Scissors.
Use by another family.
Recycling saves us. To the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario. We create a win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
Just shut the fuck up. Guys are just terrible. Is there anything just for like the actual greater good? Like not with like you getting like something. Seems like the only time anybody just it's because there's just like they get money out of it somehow usually. Like it's just I love it. Yeah. Here. First.
Right now, the intersection is a mess. There's a lot of holes in the pavement and water leaking on the road, and traffic is being rerouted in the area. So for instance, there's no flooding in the places, and they have water but city hospital, and the cause of the water main break remains unknown. The government says they will know the cause.
Vandalism.
Get into the ground, but he says it
Listen.
takes hours to get there.
And in terms of I guess the area, this
You
is
know?
city infrastructure, right? So it does not belong to the MURC.
Exactly, it's the city pipe at the corner of.
And what about backup? Is there that the MURC has
Bottles of water.
No,
That's what the rest of us do.
Right now, like I said, everything is ambulances are being diverted, non-emergency
Well, better fucking someone hop in their car and get to the grocery store. Basically.
go to CJ8800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. Your Tornado Weather Center forecast. Mainly cloudy today with a 30% chance of showers this afternoon, a high of 27, the index 35. A few clouds tonight, a low of 20. Tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 40% chance of showers in the afternoon, a high of 29. And the outlook for Sunday, sunny and a high of 30. In Montreal right now, it is 23 degrees. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJ8800. Your next CTV News update is at 10:30.
Good morning, and Delmar filling in just for today. Next week I'm on Montreal now with Justine McIntyre, who you know from the Big Buzz, and then in for Aaron from 2 to 6. Yesterday on Montreal now we spoke to former City Councilor Greg Sauvé. He's was going about the Alpha and making that commitment. Here's the workshop yesterday. Is our next guest. The one person who Justin Trudeau is afraid of, because it's definitely Donald Trump. That's my theory anyway, because there's a by-election that needs to be called desperately in LaSalle, and Mark John, the former Justice Minister, who decided it was a while ago, right? I think it was last year, January. So David Lametti stepped aside in LaSalle. Mark John, they have not called the by-election yet. They have to by the end of the month legally. So we're still waiting to see who the Liberal nomination will be. The NDP nominee is Greg Sauvé, who joined us in the studio. He's now an independent city councilor, so we'll put the sun motion on the out. Greg, welcome back. I'm going to be here. Thanks for having me. So what do you think? You're waiting. Is this going to happen before the end of the month? Is it has to happen? It has to happen. In the meantime, it's been several months that LaSalle came up with all the reductions from the NDP. Since March, we've started asking people, what are your issues? And then housing will come up. And I think it's no news from Montreal. We've seen that housing prices have risen. If you're one of the property owner and you get into the market where you're a renter, and that's causing a lot of stress for people. I'm hearing that, people are worried about rent increases. They're getting faced with major rent increases, and they're worried if they leave, there might not be anywhere for them to go, or they have to leave their community where their family or they're already involved. And then there's this crisis of evictions as well. It's very present in Verdun and Montreal. I think there are even people that are saying, we're a young family, we want to have more children. We're not sure we want to leave our apartment, so we might have to just hold off a bit and, be a little bit tighter in our apartment for the time being. So it's a real stress on people because they don't know. They don't feel the security that they would like to feel in their homes, and now it's taking up a lot more of their monthly budgets, and that's leaving less room for other things that are more eating well, having hobbies. Montreal deserves to have hobbies. So it is one of the major things that we're saying. The is likely to be the next prime minister, carefully, but it's been very critical of Hillary administration, very control on housing, very hard, I think, supportive people there. So you think your former colleagues here have done enough on housing, because we're certainly very behind here. I think we have to look at housing in a very global way. I think that William only understands the market side of housing, but he's not looking at the actual other opportunities we have, and where there's also a major need in Montreal is non-profit housing.
nonprofits of the community stores are actually on that ship. So there's one piece where indeed we have to, develop in order to keep up with demographics. But the other piece is we need nonprofits as well to hold up the other side. Homelessness is on the rise. It's really starting in our city right now. We're seeing that in other cities in Quebec, not just Montreal. And that's the piece that's missing there. So we also have a provincial government that's completely turned its back on social housing investment. So we need serious investment in off-market housing because that's more stable. It doesn't get hit by the booms or the busts of the market. And it can house the most vulnerable. And there's places around the world where the middle class also have their place in cooperatives. We see it in our neighborhoods in the Southwest where cooperatives can house all sorts of economic and socio-demographic groups. So I think it's a really important piece which Mr. Poilievre really leaves out. And he's saying we need more capitalism and that's going to solve everything. We need more, developers and let them do what they want and we're going to solve everything. But I disagree that that's the only solution. I think we also have to develop a rounded solution. And, I'm from the Southwest. We've done our fair share of development. You can't say we haven't. You just have to travel in the Southwest. But we also have a lot of social development projects going on in the bottom of the way right now. There's a 6-story social housing block being created. There's 2 more blocks coming on St. Patrick's Street and one on the Prairie. So we're doing it both ways in the Southwest. And that's how I think we'll combat the housing crisis. We're looking at the development side. And, we're probably doesn't talk about it all, even more than the profit side. And Justin Trudeau is finally waking up slowly, but I think about a year to do. The speculative market, runoff the speculative market in order to develop, but the money's not coming down to Quebec City because it's Quebec City and Ottawa that are major financiers of social housing and non-profit housing of all sorts. So that's where the money has to go to get these things done. However, indeed, is a problem. It has any group that's trying to get, some of the subsidies for the projects. Small community groups that have to fill out lengthy reports. Small community groups that are, that work their butts off to try to help us in the front lines. And we make them go through hoops to get sometimes the simplest subsidies. So it goes that way too. Red tape is a big problem, and that's something I think politically all governments have to work on.
Your party, NDP, has not done well in Quebec lately. Let's be honest, it's just the one MP so far. If you get elected, and I would predict that you would personally, that would make you. How do you convince Quebecers that a party that should share a lot of their values is the right party for them? Because there's a disconnect there. What is that disconnect?
Well, I think that indeed you're right. The NDP's values, which are taking care of one another, taking care of those most vulnerable, having a balanced society where our public services work and everybody can rely on them, and fighting climate change. This is the right value system, I believe. And we do have to do a lot of work. What's really great to see is Jagmeet Singh has come to our riding 3 times since I've been nominated as a candidate. He's been there. People really appreciate him. So he's making a lot of effort to be more present in Montreal, but also Quebec City and other cities around Quebec. And what we're doing right now is we're recruiting candidates for the next federal election. There's going to be a general not too long, at least next fall. And the quality of the candidates, which I'm sort of starting to see in the NDP right now, I think will change that battle because these are amazing ambassadors for those values that we hold. And they'll get to do more on in their communities across Quebec. That will make a huge difference.
Based on what we know of you as your city councilor, I know you have a flyer from the NDP, but I want to hear from you.
I'm a progressive, absolutely. My values and human rights and justice and taking care of public services that are there to take care of us. I've been a member of the NDP since 2002, actually. I signed my card to vote in the leadership races that year. I was certain Jack Layton won to be the leadership of the NDP
and I've been a supporter before. And it's really those values of, like I said, taking care of each other, looking out for one another, investing in public services, and climate change. I mean, it's so important too. That's something I remember when I was a little kid, watching those protesters in Claypot Sound, trying to save the old growth forests from destruction. You know, that really marked me as a little kid, seeing that on TV. I'd seen the Exxon Valdez crash, you know, off the west coast, and you know, all the baby seals being covered in oil. Like, I was really marked by those moments in our history. Acid rain. I believe there's a way through this climate crisis that we're having right now. We have to work together. We have to take it extremely seriously.
Greg Sobe, the NDP nominee for LaSalle from Hartford. I would say probably next empty, but we can't say for sure until they actually go through and nominate a local in that stronghold. It could be the next Toronto St. Paul kind of situation. So good luck with the race whenever it does begin. And if you drop by, win or lose.
Thanks so much for having me.
10:16, and we're going to switch to housing now. Here's Robin Flynn, by the way, on that interview. Robin was guest hosting with me on Montreal Now. She'll be hosting Montreal Now solo this evening, so stay tuned for her 2 to 6 p.m. tonight. And Robin, of course, produced this program with Aaron for many years, so she's a real pro at the show, and you'll enjoy that at 2 o'clock. I'm back on Montreal Now next week, 2 to 6, with Justine McIntyre, you know, from the Big 5. Up next, also on housing in Montreal. He's an economist who left with DC, and he's still coming out his ideas for Quebec in terms of how to build up, how to get rid of this housing crisis, and he has very precise ideas. That is on the way for CJE Traffic with Debbie Marcellus.
Well, we have one lane now on the Illichor Bridge toward Montreal that the truck is on its way to the bridge to the cement barrier over, and one of the lanes for the afternoon commute and give it to the westbound side. One lane toward Beauvoir right now on the Illichor Bridge, and it backs up from the Valley westbound down to Carrie, coming from Perry up to the top, and busy on the net westbound from Papillon into the Carrie eastbound side, close from Cook to the S through to the St. Croix area, Stinson, and we have a stop road on Cook to the S, the westbound just after the Carrie Circle, and of course the Carrie Boulevard closed from St. Jacques to Sherbrooke because of a broken water main affecting access to the super hospital. Uber Eats is bringing you a summer of endless deals to your backyard picnic or front door. Order now and enjoy deals on your favorite restaurants all summer long. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 10:30.
Traffic is brought to you by Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Get tax receipts billing today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow at Cars for Kids in .ca. On the base home also is next. I really want to get rid of this hand-built taller than the mountain. Most of the situation, so I'm going to stop on that one.
MyShoeShop.ca is Canada's shoe store for European comfort footwear featuring Birkenstock, Gabor, Halflinger, Natural Kids, and many more. Shop online or in person at 1325 Green Avenue in Westmount. MyShoeShop.ca. We sell summer.
Here's what sweet talking sounds like with an IKEA small spotter at your day. That's $49.99. Here's what sleep talking sounds like with an IKEA small spotter in your day. That's $39.99. Did you hear the difference? Once 10 bucks less.
Same great products, new lower prices. IKEA. Shop new lower prices on over 1,300 items today. Discover the love you make a steel experience. Pick a number from 1 to 36 now. And it's more, like 4 super fluffy pillows on extra comfy beds at our hotel casino. 18 years with favorite community. Here's to the inspiration, the dreams, the passion, and dedication to all our Canadian athletes. You made us proud, and we're with you all the way. To Podium Mini Entrepot, official storage partner of Team Canada.
You're playing a little pick-up home with Hardwood Sun. Everybody has snack attack. Football get back with Subway's new football sidekicks. Like the $5 football tippers, rolled orange dirt. Sounds delicious. The $4 football pretzel, Bavarian style. Warm and soft. Love that, baby! The $6 football cookie. Everything is Subway cookies. Look huge. It's bigger than my head! You're done right. Football all summer long with Subway's new football sidekicks. Price participation including extra tax and delivery additional.
When the time comes to choose a new Lexus, never compromise on quality. Buy or lease your new Lexus at Spinelli Lexus.
Experience amazing now with the 2024 RX 350 all-wheel drive premium package from $638
Transform your outdoor space with Decablock, North America's leading manufacturer of paving stones. From pavers and patio slabs to retaining walls and fire pits, they have it all. Embrace your creativity with Decablock. Available at Evan Air Purefall in Purefall and Saint Laurent. EvanAirPurefall.com. Are you concerned downsizing your home? It's an overwhelming process. Residential real estate broker, I understand. Montreal is the always trusted CTV to bring them the biggest news stories. I'm Maya Johnson. Our podcast newscast delivers multiple reports, keeping you connected to what's happening in our community. CTV News with Maya Johnson. On a need-to-know basis, that's never
you stay there.
We'll see. Next, we're going to talk about kids and social media. A teacher has nearly lost her job because of her social media presence. Our contributor, Catherine Hogan, who's a high school teacher herself, joins us next. CJ.
Oh, the weird one.
We have one lane on the Illinois Bridge and traffic backs up from Shipping.
What happened to you? You have no tail, and you kind of look like a beaver. Like a teeny, tiny beaver. What happened to your tail? Oh, dear. Yeah. Okay, you go. Yeah. Cool. So you just bring them across the street.
50 to 74 years old, Shingrix is covered by most private plans. Ask your healthcare provider about Shingrix and visit shingrix.ca. To Star 800, your next report at 11 o'clock.
Show 97.7 is Montreal's home for rock and roll. Non-stop rock throughout your workday. The spirit of rock. Show 97.7.
When something is truly the best, you don't need all the glitz and glamour to prove your point.
Like this?
At Mitsubishi Motors, we let our SUVs and exceptional offers do all the talking. And right now, all our SUVs come with a no-charge extended warranty, valued at $3,750. The industry's best warranty just got even better.
So what am I here for?
Just stand there and look pretty.
You know they can't see me, right?
That's
The
so
best of the best is
sad.
back. For more details, visit your local Mitsubishi dealer or Mitsubishi-Motors.ca. Conditions apply.
1-800-GOT-JUNK Recycles, because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Yeah, but like, no, you don't, obviously. Would you mind doing me a favor and asking Victoria if she still has those French books? Jack, don't run away! Ow! Good job not running away, Jack. I don't know why you don't. I'm sure you could find someone who's a lot more rich and not as mean and doesn't wash your butt when there's poop on it or shove pills down your throat or all the mean stuff that I do. Give you haircuts while you sleep. Hey, my mom does that to me. God damn it. I'm not a dog. What am I talking about? I feel like it's a fucked up thing to do. Okay.
Ryan battle leukemia.
Nope.
July 31st. Volkswagen.
Don't miss the global phenomenon critics call thrilling and endlessly captivating. The path to victory now is one of violence. HBO's original House of the Dragon. New season. Stream now. Only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Great talk and good company. Every morning. Elias Mackos, CJAD 800.
Dan Delmar filling in for today. I am back on Montreal Now next week with Justine McIntyre from the Big Five. That's going to happen 2 to 6 all next week in for Aaron. Let's talk about kids and social media, teachers and social media even, with Catherine Hogan, high school teacher at Westwood Senior High in Hudson, and of course contributor to the Big Five. Good morning, Catherine.
Good morning, Dan.
So let's start with this case of the TikToker in Quebec. She nearly lost her teaching job, but in the end, it seems like they came to an agreement. I think the issue here wasn't more that she was posting controversial content, but that she was not telling her employer that she was posting the content on TikTok, teaching tips in this case, and also doing it in class, so in the building. And in one case, you could hear kids kind of off camera. So I guess...
You mean OnlyFans? She had an OnlyFans, is what they're talking about.
More in the loop about her social media activity, is that fair?
That's the understanding that I got from reading the article,
OnlyFans
because I think that they were trying to say, booked into it, that, you know, quite a lot of teachers follow social media to get tips, tricks, hacks. I do not follow TikTok, but I definitely follow teacher Twitter. And what's interesting is that I don't just follow teachers, but actually on Twitter, I follow mostly admin. So administrators are also, you know, posting on social media platforms to also give colleagues of theirs, you know, tips, tricks, hacks, things that have worked. Way to build culture.
I'm pretty sure they were talking about an OnlyFans page, though.
Way to support your kids. I think there are a lot of really good resources out there for us so that we don't have to always reinvent the wheel.
Now, in terms of, we'll get to kids in a second with social media, but do you use social media yourself? Like, are you on TikTok? Do you find that adds to your career?
So I don't follow TikTok, but so one of my closest colleagues does, and she definitely shares her tips that she's picked up from TikTok with us. I think it does help because you often get ideas for, let's say, you know, first day activities, things that have worked. I just followed a thread on Twitter the other day, which was called home run short stories for your senior English class, ones that just knocked it out of the park. Everybody shared one short story, and then all of a sudden we had a file of 200 really great short stories for our senior English classes. It's just helpful. It takes time off of our already packed day and our already packed planning to be able to find these things quickly and efficiently.
Now, obviously, in terms of idea generation, social media is really great. I mean, we use it to generate ideas for the show, of course. But what you want to be careful for is to kind of put yourself out there, or certainly to film students, right? That you would that's a no-no in terms of bringing students into the mix.
Absolutely. So most schools do have social media platforms, my school included. So we definitely want to share things that are going on in our schools with our parent community and within our town communities, show off what the kids are doing and what they're up to each day. But of course, each school has documents that parents sign in order to give permission that their students are uploaded onto social media. And if they don't give permission, then their kids are not put on social media or they're blurred out. So that's a very important one. And I think that most teachers who are filming sort of tricks and tips for other teachers, they're doing so in their classrooms to show their classrooms, but not with their students. And I think that's, you know, critical and the most important.
Catherine Hogan joins us, high school teacher at Westward Senior in Hudson. Now, in terms of the kids, what kind of stuff have you seen lately, Catherine? Do kids sneak social media into the classroom still, or is that ban working?
The ban seems to be working, actually. It's tough every single solitary day with the kids. But yes, because Quebec has a no cell phone ban in our high schools, the kids are not allowed to have their phones in the class anymore. So they shouldn't be on social media in class time. During lunchtime, for example, in some schools, or recess time, they are allowed. Others, they're not. But so if they are posting, they're posting during those times only.
So we had a few months to get used to this rule. How did the end of the session go? And my prediction, Catherine, and I hope I'm right here, is that in the end, I actually think that the kids are going to like it. I think they kind of want to be liberated from the cell phone.
Oh, yes.
So was that the reaction?
Very much so. Yes. Sorry, Dad. Yes. Very much so. And in fact, most of the kids that I asked before the ban came into place, and I specifically did so with my grade 9 leadership class, asked them what their thoughts were on the on the phone ban, cell phone bans in classrooms. And yes, they wanted the adults to take it away, because then they weren't the ones being left out, and it didn't leave them only kid in class that doesn't bring their phone. These are big things when you're in high school. So if the adults took away the possibility to have cell phones, then they didn't have to shoulder that responsibility themselves, to put them all in sort of an even playing field. And I think that was really important to them. And yes, the feedback that I've received from kids is they do find it liberating and helpful. And it does give them a bit of a sense of peace to not be bothered by it all throughout the day constantly.
That's really encouraging. Are there still some rebels who sneak it in, or do you catch people doing some online stuff or stuff on their phones once in a while?
Yes, all the time, of course, absolutely, yes. Especially, Snapchatting with their friends, or, making plans during the day, texting back and forth, those sort of things, it is. They're always going to have it kind of hidden in their pockets, but the general rule is, we can't see it. If we see it, well, you've lost that privilege. So yeah, there's always going to be the rebels that are always going to be trying to get back on social media or trying to get back on their phones. But the reality is that there is a form of addiction as well. It's a tough break for kids as well. So, you have to do it gently and carefully with them a little bit.
And certainly if you're trying to make kids pay attention to you over social media, using social media yourself as you do, Catherine, gives you a lot of tips to compete with social media for their attention. I think that could actually help if you use it wisely.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And you can incorporate it into the way that you do, let's say, presentations, or you do projects, or, you can use a lot of the social media platforms really, really well to teach concepts. And I think that that's really important and shouldn't be left out, but time and place, right? We don't want it taking over the fundamentals, the brick and mortars of teaching, but we do want to be able to use it in order to stay current with what's going on around us.
Catherine Hogan is a high school teacher at Westwood Senior High in Hudson, and of course contributor to the Big Five here on the Elias Macko Show. Thanks, Catherine. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Dan. You too.
On the way, we have a couple of things to do. On big news out of Hudson Bay, the Bay is buying Neiman Marcus for about $3 billion. How are they going to manage that acquisition? What will it bring to the retail landscape here in Canada? A new fancy department store coming. And also, after the break, on a more serious note, we have that McGill encampment, of course, which was dismantled this week. We've been trying to get some reaction from the protester side of things for many days, and we do have one of the protesters in a couple minutes. We'll see how that goes. That is on the way.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News, Talk Radio, CJAD 800, and iHeart Radio Station.
This newscast brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK, making it easy to get rid of unwanted junk. All you have to do is point. Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Good morning. It is 11 o'clock. I'm Trudy Mason with your CTV News update. Mainly cloudy today with a 30% chance of showers this afternoon, a high of 27 degrees, the Humidex 35. Weather details are coming up in minutes. In Montreal right now, 23 degrees, and here is what is making news. The scrambling at the Glen site of the MUHC due to a water main break. Pierre Poilievre says he wants to stick to promises he can keep. And Université de Montréal researchers in on a watery discovery. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here is Debbie Marcellos.
Well, we have one lane at the Illitor Bridge to and from Vaudreuil in each direction, of course, at this time, as it's the transition period where they've just removed one lane on the eastbound side. Traffic backs into Vaudreuil from St. Charles Avenue, and the westbound Trans-Canada is from the Pine Overpass. They're going to give you a second lane on the Illitor toward Vaudreuil for the afternoon commute within the next half hour. On Décarie northbound, it's busy from Queen Mary to the top. Met westbound slows from Papineau into Décarie, and on the eastbound 20 just before Turcotte, we have a towing operation underway, and it's backing up traffic just at the Turcotte interchange on the 20 heading eastbound. Décarie Boulevard remains closed between Saint Jacques and Sherbrooke because of a broken, and it is affecting access to the super hospital. Summer is here to heat up on Uber Eats, so download the app and order now to enjoy discounts on all your favorite restaurants all summer long. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 11:15.
In the news, the MUHC says that water main break on Décarie Boulevard has led to a drop in water pressure at its Glen site in NDG, and activities there are being curtailed as a result. All surgeries, except those deemed emergencies, have been canceled or the patients sent elsewhere. Ambulances are being redirected to other hospitals. Almost all scheduled appointments are canceled for the day, with the notable exception of chemotherapy treatments. MUHC spokesperson Gilda Salamone.
Our priority is to ensure the safety of our patients and of our staff in all the affected facilities, and that we are working with the City of Montreal to solve the situation as quickly as possible.
The Royal Vic, the Children's, and all the other facilities at the Glen are seeing their activities curtailed today. Pierre Poilievre says he makes promises he can keep, and that is why he is not committing to matching NATO's defense spending target. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced yesterday at the Leaders Summit in Washington that he expects Canada to hit NATO's defense spending target of 2% of GDP in 2032. Poilievre says he's only committing to things Canada can afford and criticized Trudeau's handling of the country's finances.
So as you can imagine, I'm inheriting a dumpster fire when it comes to the budget. So every time I make a financial commitment, I'm going to make sure I've pulled out my calculator and done all the math.
Poilievre says the Prime Minister was just trying to save face among NATO allies. Going back now to our lead story about that water main break near the Glen site of the MUHC. On the line with us is CTV reporter Olivia O'Malley, and she joins us with the latest. And we'll try to get in touch with Olivia. In the U.S., an investigation has revealed that a data breach involving AT&T cellular customers in 2022 was massive, involving nearly all its clients. Their data was downloaded to a third-party platform.
AT&T says a 2022 security breach compromised the data of nearly all their wireless network customers, including virtual operators that used their network and landlines that interacted with their network customers. Files including records of calls and texts between May 1st and October 31st of 2022 were downloaded to a third-party platform. The company said Friday it has launched an investigation into the criminal activity and engaged cybersecurity experts. AT&T has more than 100 million U.S. customers and 2.5 million business accounts. In March, the company said that a huge data set had been found on the dark web containing personal information such as social security numbers, but they said that doesn't appear to be the case with this latest breach. I'm Jennifer King.
And astrophysicists at the Université de Montréal say a planet about 48 light years from Earth could be the first oceanic one detected outside our solar system. La Presse reports data from the James Webb Telescope shows LHS 1140b is a super Earth with a mass nearly 6 times our own, having large quantities of water on it. What form that water takes is still to be determined, and there is only indirect evidence pointing to an atmosphere. The planet was discovered in 2017, has been thoroughly scrutinized since. It is in the constellation Cetus, or the Whale. For interviews and other audio, go to CJAD800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. Mainly cloudy today with a 30% chance of showers, a high of 27, the humidux 35. A few clouds around tonight, a low of 20. Tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud with a 40% chance of showers, a high of 29. And the outlook for Sunday, high of 30. In Montreal right now, 23 degrees. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 11:30.
At Tongay, shipping is free. That's like having an extra pair of hands to help with your move. Recently, my hands were full with my own move. And when Tongay mentioned their free shipping, they didn't need to twist my arm. No, sir. I welcome them with open arms. Then I folded my arms and watched them go to work. Hey, did I mention shipping is free? You gotta hand it to them. These days, it's tough finding something that doesn't cost an arm and an arm. I mean, leg.
Tongay, take a load off with free shipping. Certain conditions apply.
When disaster strikes, time is of the essence. Fire, flood, or mold, Renopco is here to restore your peace of mind. Their certified professionals are available 24/7, 365 to handle any emergency, providing fast, reliable, and thorough restoration services since 2001. Trust Renopco to negotiate a settlement that is fair to you. Call 514-856-9993 or visit renovco.com today.
You're listening to the Elias Macco Show on CJAD 800.
Good morning, Dan Dilmar in for today. I'll be filling in for Aaron Rand on Montreal Now 2 to 6 next week. Stay tuned for that. The encampment at McGill was dismantled this week, and last night protesters, the supporters of the encampment, clashed with police in downtown Montreal. We're going to be joined right now by someone who's described as an organizer of the encampment. Ziad Abisab is also affiliated with Concordia, the Concordia chapter of Solidarity for Palestinian Human Rights, SPHR. Ziad, hello.
Hello.
How are you? Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Now, can you help us out? Would you describe yourself as one of the main organizers of the encampment, or what is your role there?
Yes, so you could say I was an organizer, and I'm a representative as well.
Okay. Now, I want to try to, it is a sensitive topic, of course, so I'm going to try to not go back and forth on the Middle East issue. I don't think that would be productive, but I think our audience in Montrealers and all are lacking some basic info, so I hope you can help us out with that. The thing that I'd like to ask you first, Ziad, is how did the negotiations go with McGill University? Did you get a sense that they were considering your proposal, which I suppose would be the BDS option to boycott, divest, and sanction things that are tied to Israel?
Yeah, unfortunately, McGill, since the very beginning, they didn't even consider the option. They were acting in bad faith, while pretending to engage in discussions and legal action against the students, and they were seeking an injunction and police presence and police a raid on the encampment. And at one point, I'm forgetting her title, but Angela Campbell from the McGill administration we were informed that an injunction was going to be filed against the encampment by the administration, by McGill, in the middle of the negotiations, in the middle of the talks. And then she was asked, how can we engage in good faith discussions when you're seeking legal action against? Well, I can chew gum and walk at the same time.
How many meetings did you have with McGill and or its president, Deep Saini?
I'm not sure, around 6 maybe.
6,
5.
wow, okay.
Yeah.
So would you say they were, for a time, contemplating adopting BDS policies, or was that a consideration that they later kind of went back on?
No, I mean, to touch upon what you previously mentioned, McGill chose and, has always encampment, and even after, always were complicit with the genocide that is going on right now in Gaza. So, and they choose to be, right? So it's not, even though we brought, their attention and we demanded that they divest, and we gave them the company names and the weapons companies such as Lockheed Martin, such as Tally, such as Safran, etc. These are, and many other companies, but these are examples of weapons companies that provide weapons manufacturing for the genocide that's going on right now in Gaza, and they refused. They never gave any attention to our demands materially, and they would come back with a committee or the board of governors vote, which the board of governors are Zionists to begin with. They're not going to agree on it. They didn't accept the referendum, the BDS referendum that passed.
So just to emphasize, why stay then? Why did you stay and negotiate with them if, as a lot of us were saying, that this argument was going nowhere? It didn't seem like it was going anywhere to me. So why continue to engage with McGill and set up these encampments?
Well, because we were engaging in good faith. We didn't want it to end other than peacefully. We wanted a peaceful end. We wanted to come to an understanding. We wanted McGill to be what it's supposed to be, a space for education that accepts students from all backgrounds and all areas, and also doesn't support tragedies such as what's going on. 40,000 martyrs in Gaza by the Zionist entity, and today, they just ordered 300,000.
Okay, again, we don't want to get bogged down. Again, Ziad, we don't want to get bogged down in the debate over the Middle East. I'm a Jew; it's uncomfortable, and we want to focus on local issues, please. So, it's important for our community to understand what happened at McGill. So, you set up another encampment at McGill, or what's the plan for this movement?
So, according, together with our comrades in the movement, many Jewish comrades as well, the movement for the liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea, and our support of it here in Montreal.
Again, we can't allow sort of slogans that imply genocide on the air, Ziad. Again, okay, no. All right, we're going to have to end it there. I'm sorry. Once we get into from the river to the sea, that obviously is a genocidal slogan, and that's where it becomes problematic in terms of broadcasting. So that's where we end that interview. We've tried many times to get in touch with the protest makers. Some texters are wondering, why are we having this conversation? Because they're making the news, and because it's our responsibility as a public affairs radio station to talk to newsmakers and to give them the opportunity to air their views if they can in an appropriate manner. But once it starts getting uncomfortable or inappropriate, like from the river to the sea, that's where I said, okay. And I have nothing more to say about this issue from either side. At CJD, ultimately it's a campus thing, so best of luck to the McGill community to manage this. We've also reached out to, of course, Deep Sadie, the president of McGill, and I don't believe we've had a reply from anyone on any show, as well as from CTV News next door as well. Nope. So it's probably incumbent on the McGill administration to explain these negotiations with the BDS people for so long, what they hoped would accomplish, and why this whole thing couldn't have ended sooner. But apart from that, we're just waiting for some missing information from McGill. Apart from that, I'm not sure there's a heck of a lot to analyze on this story. Let's go to traffic. CJD 800 traffic now.
Well, we have 2 lanes available now on the Illitour Bridge toward Vaudreuil. Traffic backs up from the Pine Overpass, but it's quickly clearing out with 2 lanes headed on 40 westbound. But we still have that congestion on the 20 with an incident just before the Taschereau Bridge into Dorion. Trans-Canada backs into Vaudreuil from the St. Charles Avenue entrance as you merge into 1 lane on the bridge toward Montreal for the afternoon commute. Now, see from Côte St. Luc Road up to the top, heavy on the Met westbound into Décarie, eastbound side of the 40, just flowing through the Décarie Circle. 13 south from Laval, busy from Saint-Martin down to the Bisson Bridge. We had an earlier stall northbound 13 at Notre-Dame, and traffic on the Décarie Boulevard still not allowed between Saint-Jacques and Sherbrooke because of a broken water main that is to the super hospital. Summer is here, and deals on Uber Eats, so download the app and order now to enjoy deals and discounts on all your favorite restaurants all summer long. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 11:30.
Up next, switching gears completely, the Hudson Bay Company made a major acquisition of $3 billion. We'll talk to retail strategist Carl Boutte.
Paul, a Metropolitan rust proofing customer since 2010.
My family, neighbors, and friends come to me for basic mechanical help. But you know, when it comes to rust proofing treatment, book an appointment at Metropolitan Rust Proofing. I go every year, and since then, no rust. They're experts and have even developed a climate. To prevent rust, they're the ones I trust.
Rust proofing's $20 summer discount ends soon. Rush before it rusts.
Now, all sizes of premium roast coffee at McDonald's have a new low price starting at $1 plus tax for a small. It's great if you love great tasting coffee. $1 small premium roast coffee every single day. Must be McCafe. Plus tax at participating restaurants in Canada. Excludes delivery.
Deals, savings. Cut! We don't need to go that big. Try something like this. At Mitsubishi Motors, our commitment to bringing you the best of the best just got even better. The valued at $3,750 and available on all 10 years of peace of mind. Built better, back better, just got even better. What do you think? Look at my arms. Oh, I've got goosebumps. The best of the best is back. Only at Mitsubishi Motors. For more details, visit your local Mitsubishi dealer or Mitsubishi-Motors.ca. Conditions apply.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which will of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
I've heard some pretty creative solutions when it comes to sleeping hot. Ventilating fans and ice packs under your pillows just aren't working. Know that we're here to help. With temperature regulating sheets, mattresses, and pillows, we can find a cooling solution that's perfect for you. Because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep.
Get a cooling Certa Queen mattress for only $5.99 at the Sleep Cool event. Hurry!
Isn't summer sunshine, picnics, barbecue? But not everyone has a barbecue or the time to cook. Let Bossy Ball do the grilling for you. They've got you covered with all your summertime favorites on the Barbie, from shrimp to chicken to sausages and fresh yummy salads on the side. Bossy Ball gets it. They make life easier. Get your order in by Tuesday at noon for delivery right to your home on the weekend, and you can enjoy great summer eats without the fuss and muss. I love Bossy Ball and have for years. I think you will too. BossyBall.com.
Experience
Honestly?
a dazzling evening with the fireworks cruise dinner aboard the prestigious Bateau Mouche. Savor the color.
I can't believe there are people that are so awful. You guys make Jim like a pretty okay guy. Just really, there's no amount of money that they could possibly be paying you to be this much of an awful human being on this planet. The reason why you go, no, to make me uncomfortable, like, you look like a little girl.
A key apple called glass sounds like.
So, also, I'm pretty sure you guys aren't even Jewish. I think you guys are Zionists, which you guys think that you're Jewish, Christian, Muslim, basically whatever the fuck you have to say to get what you want in that moment, which is just like a psychotic narcissist. Like,
Evolve Plus from $298 bi-weekly for 48 months with a government rebate.
so here it is. I literally refuse to sit and listen to the fucking disgusting filth that you guys are spewing out of your face holes. I'm actually downloading the app, and this is gonna be the last time I listen to the radio. So thank you. I super appreciate. No, never mind. Fuck off.
Rue Saint-Sulpice East, Bijouterie et
That was really awful. Really awful. Very upsetting.
In that letter, your department promised that there would be more documents to come and promised that a second tranche would arrive well over a year ago, March the 3rd, 2023. Who directed your department not to provide these documents to the committee within that time frame?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that the work is still underway. There's about 20 to 40,000 pages that need to be translated and collated, and the minimum redactions being done. I do believe they're on their way to you.
And you didn't see fit to update this committee?
I apologize. I should have started with that.
Okay. In that letter, your department promised that there would be more documents to come and promised that a second tranche would arrive well over a year ago, March the 3rd, 2023. Who directed your department not to provide these documents to the committee within that time?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that the work is still underway. There's about 20 to 40,000 pages that need to be translated and collated, and the minimum redactions being done. I do believe they're on their way to you.
And you didn't see fit to update this committee?
I apologize. I should have...
In that letter, your department promised that there would be more and promised that a second tranche would arrive well over a year ago, March the 3rd, 2023. Who directed your department not to provide these documents to the committee within that time frame?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that the work is still underway. There's about 20 translated and collated, and the actions being done. I do believe they're on their way to you.
And you didn't see fit to update this committee?
I apologize. I should have started with that.
Okay. In that letter, your department promised that there would be more documents to come and promised that a second tranche would arrive well over a year ago, March. Who directed your department not to provide documents to the committee within that time frame?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that the work is still underway. There's about 20 to 40,000 pages that need to be translated and collated, and the minimum redactions being done. I do believe they're on their way to you.
And you didn't see fit to update this committee?
I apologize. I should have started with that.
Okay. In that letter, your department promised that there would be more documents to come and promised that a second tranche would arrive well over a year ago, March the 3rd, 2023. Who directed your department not to provide these documents to the committee within that time frame?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that the work is still underway. There's about 20 to 40,000 pages that need to be translated and collated, and the minimum redactions being done. I do believe they're on their way to you.
And you didn't see fit to update this committee?
I apologize. I should have started with that.
Okay. In that letter, your department promised that there would be more documents to come and promised that a second tranche would arrive well over a year ago, March the 3rd, 2023. Who directed your department not to provide these documents to the committee within that time frame?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that the work is still underway. There's about 20 to 40,000 pages that need to be translated and collated, and the minimum redactions being done. I do believe they're on their way to you.
And you didn't see fit to update this committee?
I apologize. I should have started with that.
Okay. In that letter, your department promised that there would be more documents to come and promised that a second tranche would arrive well over a year ago, March the 3rd, 2023. Who directed your department not to provide these documents to the committee within that time frame?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that the work is still underway. There's about 20 to 40,000 pages that need to be translated and collated, and the minimum redactions being done. I do believe they're on their way to you.
And you didn't see fit to update this committee?
I apologize. I should have started with that.
Okay. In that letter, your department promised that there would be more documents to come and promised that a second tranche would arrive well over a year ago, March the 3rd, 2023. Who directed your department not to provide these documents to the committee within that time frame?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that the work is.
Okay, there's a lot going on tonight. Midnight Eastern time. Tonight at midnight Eastern time. I wonder if that bus driver just turned off the generator for me so I could speak. Tonight at midnight Eastern time, I drop a brand new single featuring Brent. It's called Pain.
See, you notice that?
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. I'm about to hop into this place right now.
Maybe he did it for me.
Go over to
It's for
Cheyenne.
me.
Show tonight. Tour starts tonight. Single at 12 midnight Eastern time, so it could be earlier for y'all on the West Coast. And look at this. People just filming me and shit. Paparazzi and shit. I'm gonna get on my bus real quick. See, it's a nice right here. Woo!
Hello?
Woo! Woo! Okay, there's a lot going on tonight. Midnight Eastern time. Tonight at midnight Eastern time. I wonder if that bus driver just turned off the generator for me so I could speak. Tonight at midnight Eastern time, I drop a brand new single featuring Brent. It's called Pain Salesman. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. I'm about to hop into this bitch right now and go over to Cheyenne. Show tonight. Tour starts tonight. Single at 12 midnight Eastern time, so it could be earlier for y'all on the West Coast. And look at this. People just filming me and shit. Paparazzi and shit. I'm gonna get on my bus real quick. See, it's a nice right here. Woo! Woo! Okay, there's a lot going on tonight. Eastern time. Tonight at midnight Eastern time. I wonder if that bus driver just turned off the generator for me so I could speak. Tonight at midnight Eastern time, I drop a brand new single featuring Brent. It's called Pain Salesman. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. I'm about to hop into this bitch right now. Show tonight. Tour starts tonight.
What is it that you get paid currently?
Senator, that's well disclosed in our proxy documents in each of the years that I've been employed.
Yeah, but what is it?
That's a big number, sir.
Well, let me help you
Wow.
out. It's 32.8 million this year. Does that sound right?
What?
Yes, it does.
That's a 45% increase over last year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
What is it you get paid to do exactly?
Wow.
I get paid to run the Boeing company.
Yeah. So just help me understand that. I mean, do you get paid for transparency? Is that one of the metrics for your income?
I think the board counts on me for transparency.
Really? Because you're under investigation for falsifying 787 inspection records. The Boeing's under criminal investigation for the Alaska Airlines flight. You were investigated by DOJ for criminal conspiracy to defraud the
Sure.
FAA.
300 Canadians are dead because of you.
Doesn't sound like a lot of transparency to me. Is it that you get paid currently?
Senator, that's well disclosed in our proxy documents in each of the years that I've been employed.
Yeah, but what is it?
That's a big number, sir.
Well, let me help you out. It's 32.8 million this year. Does that sound right?
Even after your pilots told you that they were not comfortable flying with the new system, you guys said, ask your senior pilot. Over putting a cheaper piece on your plane. Ask anyone who's ever worked at the airport. I guarantee you, none of them would get on an airplane.
Number, sir.
That's fucked.
My dad shot me with fear when I was 13. I'll be at it ever since.
These are the hated homeless of Grants Pass, Oregon, a city that wants them gone with a law that bans camping or sleeping in public, effectively criminalizing homelessness.
I've never been treated so bad.
Why don't they just go to work? Look at us like we're street trash. Homeless people make themselves look bad.
It's like they don't want us to be here at all.
Our kids can't go play at the parks anymore without finding drug paraphernalia harassed by homeless people.
Caught some dude smoking out of a bong that was actually heroin.
Example, what we pulled off the ball field last week. What do you think the fines do? Discourages them to be here. How many times have you been fined?
You are so ridiculous.
Fee for how much?
$250.
They're homeless.
Anything until they fix the drug problem. Do you even use anything?
No.
Overdose at all?
Too many to count.
That scare you?
It's more of a peaceful thing. I'm always afraid he's going to pick up a tad bit can make him overdose.
So, Brock, you have a son somewhere out here in the parks? I lay in bed wondering if I'm going to see my son again.
And to our surprise, later in the day, we found this.
Yeah, that's my son right there.
Oh, tap here to watch the full video.
My dad shot me with fear when I was 13. I'll be at it ever since.
These are the hated homeless of Grants Pass, Oregon, a city that wants them gone with a law that bans camping or sleeping in public, effectively criminalizing homelessness.
I've never been treated so bad.
Why don't they just go to work? Look at us like we're street trash.
Go to work.
Make themselves look bad.
It's like they don't
Because
want
you
us
need
to
to have
be
a phone
here
number
at all.
and an address to be able to apply for a job. Like,
Paraphernalia harassed by homeless people.
Caught some dude smoking out of a
tell your
bong
kid
that
how to
was actually
fucking tell
heroin.
people to fuck off.
We pulled off the ball field last week. What do you think the fines do? Discourages them to be here. How many
You're
times have you been
an
fined?
idiot.
20, 25 tickets.
Fee for how much?
$250.
Giving them a place to live isn't going to fix anything until they fix the drug problem. Do you even use anything?
No.
Overdose at all?
Too many to count.
That scare you?
It's more of a peaceful thing. I'm always afraid he's going to pick up a tad bit can make him overdose.
So, Brock, you have a son somewhere out here in the parks? I lay in bed wondering if I'm going to see my son again.
And to our surprise, later in the day, we found this.
Yeah, that's my son right there.
Oh, tap here to watch the full video.
My dad shot me.
That one got me a little bit. That one did get to me a little bit. Because, like, I guess, like, at this point, I guess, like, I do feel, like, some amount of guilt for I don't know, not bringing my people here. But me and Jan went through like a lot of fucked up shit, so like on our own fucked up shit. And it doesn't mean that like I'm never gonna bring them here. At some point, like I want to kind of maybe like do a detox center, like an underground detox center. I'm sorry, rehab just doesn't help. It's just not helping. It makes it worse. That's why Kaylee died. You know, because you know what? And like I don't want to focus it on fucking. What do you call it? Abstinence. Because I don't think abstinence for everybody. But like I do very much agree going cold turkey. But also, it depends on what your drug of choice is. Depends on what you're addicted to and how addicted you are to it. Because we've been convinced of a lot of things that weren't true. And most of us always seem to find it not so much realistic, but like nothing else is taking like responsibility or taking charge of any situation. It's making shit worse. Like, and you know what? Like, as much as I wanted to go out with everybody to be like, yeah, party, let's get fucked up and hope that someone carries my ass home. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to get raped and murdered. And that's pretty much a good way to do it. Like, that someone is going to carry your stupid ass back home. And someone's going to take care of you while you get fucking shit-faced wasted again. And when they will not be someone to do that for you. It's like, it's not that they don't want to wake up in a ditch. It's sometimes they end up in a ditch and they never wake up. Like, why was Jesse in a ditch alone? He was never by himself. Smarter than that. But same with fucking Kaylee. Like, she's a ditz and hurt the dirt, but she's not stupid. And I know she's been around this team long enough to know, like, you never fucking leave alone, ever. And it's like literally that somebody fucking just got her into it while she was in rehab. Like, and you know what? I'm super not surprised. That's like the saddest part though. I think she was just fucking over. I think she was so much in love with you that she just couldn't. That like release the fucking the mental part. I think she just so many sad things happening today. And you know what? Oh, fucking depression. Oh, here's fucking depression. Wow. Like, first, no. No, it does not. It does not cure depression. So you shouldn't be spreading that around. It definitely does not cure depression. Can't leave your kitty. But like, I don't know if it's gonna be my brain doesn't fuck that. I really am not I can't all the time. And I constantly am like, no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Is your brain telling you something? That's not true. My brain, my default is like everybody needs to get off the bike. We just tend to parallel you because that they know that if they fucking value you, they don't want that on their conscience. They really fucking awful stuff that I tell myself. Like, it's just gonna be years of, well, hopefully not like fucking years and years, but well, this thing might never go away. I have people that do it self, and it does happen, it really gives me. It's not, it's like, what do you mean that I can do? Like, it's literally what. I have to waste so much of my fucking life doing this. Absolutely bullshit. Seriously? Really looking for the house down. Let's see this closer. There we go. Elbow grease.
Oh, goodness. Hey.
We've been farming 48 years, and yeah, I'm first generation of this farm.
Oh.
I have one question.
Sorry?
We're with Rebel News.
We all talk to Rebel News. We all talk to Rebel News. We all talk to Rebel News.
What the f***
is this world? What have they done to us? What did they do to?
Why don't you speak to Rebel News? You know Rebel News viewership is on the rise right now. CBC viewership is downhill, so it kind of seems like Canadians seem to care a lot more about Rebel News coverage and seeking accountability from politicians. Why don't you speak to us?
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you. Welcome to the show. Every single day.
It doesn't seem like the Liberal government's doing a pretty good job right now. Cost of living's on the rise. You yourself admitted to foreign interference. So why do you continue to support them?
Take care.
Is your pension more important than the lives of your pension that you'll be receiving next year? Dollars?
This is unconstitutional. In the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it guarantees freedom of the press under Section 2B.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Section 2B of the Charter of Rights is at stake. It reads freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. Freedom of the press and other media of communication. Section 2B of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees us all the liberty to express ourselves without reserve and without coercion from the state.
So, in other words, elected officials voted in by us won't answer to our news.
Come on, really?
And you heard Jagmeet say it himself. They literally pick and choose. Oh, you're from this media agency? Yeah. We don't talk to you. We only talk to the hand-picked ones that are going to make us on their news platforms.
I vote for the motion.
You guys are probably going to shred us to pieces, the way it's supposed to be done. We're not going to even talk to you guys. This is just classic leftism. Classic. This is what I always say. Whenever you debate with a left person who doesn't agree with you, most oftentimes, they're just not going to talk to you at all. They're going to put their hand right in your face and say, oh, I'm not even talking. Public elected official level, that's insane. The fact that Rebel News is growing in viewership while the CBC viewership is going in the dumps, this is even funnier. The CBC is dying. In the fiscal year of 2021 to 2022, the Canadian government funded the CBC $1.4 billion. 1.4 government funding. That's insane. How can you have a government, a news agency? What do you think that news agency is going to do? Report the truth, the full truth, nothing but the truth? Criticize the government? Of course not. And that's the job of the press, is to push buttons.
push boundaries, try and get some answers. You can't handle the truth. But if you're funding them, how can you? There's no way the CBC is going to do honest reporting if it looks bad on the Liberal government. That's insane.
Oh, there's a suggestion. We could save $1 billion by defunding the CBC. I don't think they came today. They'll come. Why they stop coming to my rallies? I'm going to start taking it personally, I think. Yeah, with your money, that's for sure.
News agencies are able to live and survive on their own. They need to sell viewership, online subscriptions, whatever a news agency's got to do, they got to do it on their own. Capitalism. You can't have a government funding a news agency. That's insane. So how are we losing our freedom of speech rights in Canada? Well, now we have hate speech laws in the criminal code to stop people from saying certain things. Critics argue laws can be used to suppress controversial or unpopular opinions, potentially sacrificing free speech. The Criminal Code of Canada prohibits the promotion of hatred against any identifiable group. That is a very open-ended law. What is considered hate speech? Is it me saying you're a fucking idiot? Is it me saying you don't know anything? It could be me saying anything. Who determines what specifically is hate speech? This is way too open-ended and way too vague. You know, I might not like what you think, the policies you believe in, what you say against me, certainly what people fucking say in the YouTube comments.
Yeah, but the
But I will
Holocaust.
defend your right to say it all the way. I defend your right to tell me right now in the comments, you're a fucking idiot, you're a loser. Go ahead, dude. Freedom of speech. Fantastic. That's the way it should be. And honestly, that's kind of the difference I see between more conservative people versus more liberal people. A lot of conservative people believe in that. Liberals say they believe in free speech as well, only if you say things that they align with. You must be in support of pride parades. You must be in support of blah, 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 blah. And as a millennial conservative, I think a lot of us believe in those things. If you want to believe in it, that's cool. Someone or me wanted to say, I don't agree with that, that's stupid. You should be able to say it. Because here's the thing. It's called precedent. This is what most people don't understand. What was set a precedent? You can't limit free speech because it's ended. So the only justifiable thing to do is not limit it at all. It starts limiting what words, what sentences, what you can and cannot say. It's just going to keep going and going and going. The old saying, if you give the government an inch, they're going to take a mile. You know, today, let's say if they put a law in Canada that says you can't say the N-word, it's illegal. If you say it, you're going to go to jail. A lot of us are going to be like, yeah, dude. Sure.
It's just very stratified.
It's not cool. Okay, cool. But what about 10 years down the road when they say, you know what? We don't like you saying that word, and we also don't like you saying the word leftist. We also don't like you saying the word this or that or this. And it just snowballs and snowballs. And by the time we
15 years ago, we said that
you can't say a bunch of
the
things or else you'll
gays
go to fucking jail.
sex with monkeys.
That's crazy. And that's why free speech is supposed to be free
Yeah.
speech all the way. I might not like what you say, but I'll defend your right to say it all the way because we need pushback. That's how society progresses. It's how we can debate. It's how we can say, oh, that's gross, that's wrong. You shouldn't really say that. Oh, but what he's saying is right. You know, it might not be cool to say it, like during COVID times. And what this really does is just create a society of wussies walking on eggshells, which is the epitome of Canadians. I mean, God bless Canada. I love Canada. I love being Canadian. And one of the reasons why I love Canada is that we're a very humble culture. You know, we don't like to piss people off. We don't like to step on too many toes. You know, we think what we think in our own homes, in our own heads. But, you know, on the street, I'll be nice to you, like whatever, right? That's just how Canada is. But at the same time, that creates a society of pussies. And I can tell you right now that being a Canadian real estate investor, I would say I'm on the edge of being a Canadian and someone in the U.S. But now that we're doing our business in the U.S., I live in the U.S. for like half the year during the wintertime.
This week only at Domino's, get unlimited mini 50% off when you order online. Choose any size pizza you want, any crust you want, and any toppings you want. Oh, and any number of pizzas you want too. Get 50% off your perfect pizza or pizzas this week only at Domino's.
In less than 24 hours, you will have €1,000 in your account, and then €1,000 a day for life in just 5 minutes. Many people have already tested this method, and it's 100% safe. Now I will show you what has been achieved by those who only joined my team yesterday. Each of them earned more than 4,000 euros. What's more, the average income was 8,568 euros. That's 5,000 euros a year. Take just 5 minutes and ask yourself, do you want to receive 1,000 euros a day? Does that suit you? And if you can seriously answer yes, then you're welcome. I'll show you how you can earn that money by the next morning. Think about your new house, your new car, your dream trip, the 1,000 opportunities this money opens up for you. Now, think about the fact that there's basically nothing to do. Just walk and count the money. In fact, my team. So, how can these 5 minutes help you effortlessly raise 1,000 euros? I'm earning through a program I've called Chain Reaction. It only takes a few clicks of the mouse to get it going, and it will help you cut a piece of the pie out of those 5 trillion euros that are swirling around the financial market every day. It's 100% automatic, and you may have absolutely no experience, but you will still get 1,000 euros. The secret is in the chain reaction. It is 100% legal, legitimate, and a solution that earns thousands of euros every day for me and my partners. What really matters is the analysis, and any trader making money in the financial market will confirm this. Exchange rates are interconnected, like threads in a jumper. Could I create a program for a trader? Yes. Nevertheless, I called Chain Reaction simultaneously analyzes the behavior of all currency pairs. As soon as it spots a clear trend along the entire chain associated with a given pair, it enters into trades. It really is that simple. A program that analyzes large amounts of information in seconds at a speed unattainable even for the most experienced trader. All you have to do is take a few seconds to run it. My affiliates spend just 5 minutes a day to earn 1,000 euros. Chain Reaction is a true internet revolution. So, I guarantee that if you join me today, you will earn at least 1,000 euros in the next 24 hours. Chain Reaction allows you to execute more than 90% of profitable trades. To make it as convenient as possible to work with, it's built into your trading account, and therefore you don't have to configure anything, connect anything, and generally do anything unnecessary. Step 1. Create an account with Chain Reaction. Step 2. Wait for my money from it. Step 3. Wait and receive a phone call from a representative of my team, and then sit back and just watch your balance grow. If you see a button that's still active, that means there are still places available, but no one knows at what point.
Live there, and the more we do business there, it's so. If you're a nice Canadian and you're trying to do business and get on through the property ladder, trying to get through the world, and you're a soft Canadian, they're gonna fucking eat you alive. Hey, that's the reason why Americans are Americans. That's why the U.S. is the superpower. You know, the old joke that Americans think they're the fucking greatest thing on earth. God bless America, patriots, guns. Say what you will about that kind of attitude, but hey, they're fucking winning and we're not. But the other thing that kind of limits free speech in Canada is the media concentration and the media monopoly. There's really only 3 top companies, top broadcasters in Canada: Rogers, Bell, and Chorus Entertainment. It's like there's only like 2 or 3 companies that do everything. Rogers, Chorus Entertainment, left, and left. I mean, come on. You know, we don't really have a conservative outlet like America does with Fox News or the Daily Wire, you know, PBD podcast, right in the middle kind of, but, you know, more conservative. There's a lot of mainstream conservative right-leaning outlets in the U.S., and there's a lot of left in the U.S. It's great. It's a political discourse. You can pick and choose. You can debate. You can fight each other verbally. You know, you can debate with each other. That's fantastic. In Canada, there's no debating. You can't debate with anybody, dude. Everybody thinks if they're a moron and vice versa, nobody talks anymore. And we all just quiet zombies. It's strange.
It is so weird.
Regulations put in place like Bill C-10 pretty much pushes away any chance of us getting a Fox News, a Daily Wire, whatever, a news agency, because they have to pay their fair share. It's insane. Like the reason why we can't see Google News or news outlets on Instagram is Google refused and Facebook refused to play the bullshit. So that's why you can't see news from pretty much anywhere on your Instagram. The only news you can really get is the CBC at 5 p.m. when you turn on your TV and get brainwashed. It's smart, dude. I tip my hat to Trudeau. Smart business, dude. I mean, how do you stay in power? How do you cultivate a bigger following? You just cut off any other news outlet. It's disgusting, but it's genius. And one step farther, Bill C-36. This amended the Criminal Code of Canada. It's a criminal law to give hate speech, to do hate speech, to, I don't know, dare I say, go as far as misgendering someone, you know? Anything like that, that's considered hate speech. Again, what is hate speech? Holy shit. So look, guys, I don't know what the answer is here. The only answer I have, and you're probably not going to like it, being a Canadian viewer, and this is why I'm building my business in the U.S., and we're building our real estate business. We live down there already for most of the winter. Dude, I'm getting the hell out of here, dude.
Yep.
I'm getting out of here, dude. That's it. That's the main reason why I'm building the business in the U.S. We're applying for our visa in literally a couple months, so we have the option of living there full time and getting the fuck out of here. If they got paying 54% fucking taxes, that's one thing. Now you got this bullshit.
They
You know
don't
what? My
want
kid
me
growing
here,
up with
but
this
they will
bullshit.
never let me leave.
Fucking insane. Let me know in the comments below. What do you guys think? I'm outie.
Like, it's time. I will leave. Just let me leave.
Bitcoin is worthless if you do nothing with it. If no one trades another Bitcoin ever again, it falls to zero.
Hold on. That's a very big statement.
There's chaos in the universe. It's always increasing. Like we'll
Oh,
go
fuck
forward at some
off.
point, so beefing up the defense.
The incentives you create by allowing the government to steal is so wrong that we're going to create an entirely new system.
You accomplish nothing. You have not done what Bitcoin is there to do, and therefore we will be rewarded with zero.
Do you think that we are in a truly once-in-a-lifetime moment that people should stop, pay attention, figure out what their crypto strategy is?
Absolutely. We are at the culmination of the post-World War II period. We've had 4 generations since then, so all the people who fought in the war are pretty much dead. So we've lost that knowledge, that reticence to ever do something stupid and terrible like a total world war ever again. Now we have people around the world who are celebrating these leaders who are bombing indiscriminate civilians because it, solves their particular issue, whatever that is, because we don't have this institutional knowledge that everyone else is dead who participated in World War II. So, and we also have a situation where the United States did very well out of World War II. It created a whole global system to preserve their hegemony, and now that's coming undone. And when top dog is getting challenged by the dogs at the bottom, there's always conflict. And so we're at that point in time. We have no institutional memory of how bad war is, and we have a preeminent power that's being challenged by others who was going to resort to violence to preserve their position. I think we are at this situation that has happened in the past many times. Empires have come and gone, but now we have, for the first time in human history, an ability to save in a currency, Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency situation in general, that is globally owned by everyone. And so the people own a new type of money. The world can still sell their fiat, whatever, and buy. It's not blocked or banned in most places yet. And so you're able to move wealth between this analog system that we've had for thousands of years into a new way of socially creating financial wealth, or financial system, a new type of money. This sort of situation is never going to happen again because we have all these fiat assets that are being depreciated, and everyone knows it's happening. And now we have this little small door called Bitcoin, and people are starting to go through the small door, and that's why
My ears
the
are hot
Bitcoin price
again.
is up 50% or 60% this year already, as now we have the institutional investors saying, yeah, I understand this game is rigged, I helped rig the game, now I have a product where I can get out of this mess that I created, get me the fuck out of government bonds, I want some of this Bitcoin too. So now everyone's competing to get in this little door, and that's why the price is going up. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have a system, and we have a way to preserve wealth from the old system and bring it into the new system, and that's what crypto is.
All right, that's powerful. So if we think of crypto as the ark that we can all get on before the rain comes, the catch is that all kinds of different cryptocurrencies, all kinds of different theses about which one we should be getting into. What's your take? How do you break down the world of crypto? So Bitcoin is the reserve currency, if you will, of crypto. It's the ultrasound money. It's crypto money. And it's proven that's what it cares about. The community of Bitcoin cares about security and immutability of the Bitcoin blockchain, and it wants to make it the soundest crypto money. So, okay, I don't know anything else about crypto, but I kind of believe in this whole inflation and changing global relations story. Then just buy Bitcoin, right? It's got the largest market cap. It's very conservative with the types of things that are added to because everyone wants to make sure that Bitcoin is always the hardest money. So the experimentation is much lower on Bitcoin than other networks. Next you go to, well, okay, can we build a new financial system within crypto? That's decentralized finance, DeFi. And Ethereum, in my worldview, is the best decentralized computer that has been built thus far. And so if you think, okay, I think we need a new financial system that's based on these crypto assets, that's decentralized, that's transparent, blah, 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 then Ethereum is where it's at. And once you get past those two things, I'd say most other things within crypto are either some sort of application that rides on top of Ethereum or a decentralized like computer. Another blockchain trying to disrupt either being the best money or the best decentralized computer. And then you sort of have to get into the weeds on understanding what it is these are trying to do. So for those who just want to like close their eyes and buy something that's crypto safe, not saying that's, there's no risk here. I would say Bitcoin and Ethereum are where you should start your journey. And once you say, okay, maybe there's some things I think these protocols could do better, or I've been hearing some things about these exciting new, very smart people building something, then you start going down the rabbit hole of other coins that do other things and obviously have more risk because they're experimenting more. What do you advise people around volatility? I think one of the things that draws people to crypto specifically is the volatility. I'm actually very curious to see what happens to cultural energy around crypto once it's the tried and true thing.
Volatility is your friend. The reason why you're even thinking about crypto is because the price went up a lot and you heard about it. So you want volatility. The entire TradFi traditional government apparatus is trying to do something unnatural, which is remove volatility from the system. Entropy is always increasing. It is unnatural to try to suppress volatility. Think about it like your lawn, if you have one at your house, right? Entropy says the grass keeps growing because that's what the grass does. What do you try to do? You spend energy to cut the grass because you want it to look a certain way, a certain non-volatile, pleasant way. But it's unnatural. If you don't have the energy to cut the grass grows. And the grass will grow long after you're gone because you can only do this so long. And that's the same thing governments and central banks and banking systems are doing. They're trying to squash volatility. We don't want volatility. And they're trying to convince you that it's safe. But there is no such thing as safe. There's chaos in the universe. It's always increasing. They're doing the unnatural to remove it. And then at certain points, they can't do it anymore. Somewhere, whether it's a war, whether it's a financial crisis. So embrace the volatility. This is the nature of the universe. And that's why Bitcoin and crypto is a good thing because there is none of this manipulation. It goes up, it goes down, but it's a true reflection of what the universe is. So I think volatility is a good thing. Obviously, that means if you use leverage, be very judicious about it. If leverage trading is your thing, that better be your full-time job. Like you better eat, breathe, and sleep the thing that you're trading because that's the only way that you're going to survive. Thinking that you're going to get home from work, put on some highly leveraged crypto trade, and just trade for a few hours and then go money.
Monopoly money.
Okay, volatility is a good thing. Do you think that crypto will lose some of its potency, its cultural energy when the volatility begins dying down? Or will, like in a given cycle, the way that this traditionally goes is you've got Bitcoin, which has massive volatility, but is less volatile than some of the what people lovingly call shit coins. So people tend to go down the curve. So they'll start with Bitcoin, they'll ride that up as that begins to stabilize. ways, then they're going to go to the next volatile. If that crashes or whatever, they go to the next, to the next, to the next, constantly chasing volatility. Will that forever be? People will just keep introducing new and highly volatile things, or will it become more like gold, where it's a far more stable entity?
Well, Bitcoin has law of large numbers. The larger it gets, the less volatile will it become. Right? For people who are saying, I want to make big gains in a short period of time, Bitcoin might not do it for them. So, well, I need the next new thing. And so they start trading whatever the new shiny bauble is that's being sold out there in crypto. There's nothing wrong with that. You just recognize what you're trying to do. If you're saying, I want to save in ultrasound money, then yes, the volatility is not a good or bad thing for Bitcoin. It will go down over time as the asset class gets bigger. If you're saying, I need the volatility, I'm a professional trader, this is what I'm here for, then there will always be a new thing to trade, because the great thing about crypto is it's the only free market left where humans are expressing themselves on whatever it is we think is valuable. There's no manipulating force with an unlimited bag of fiat currency that's telling us what is a good and a bad investment. And so there will always be volatile things within the crypto ecosystem, so long as there's human beings trading it. And I guess the machines too, so these AI operators in the ecosystem.
It's really interesting. So I want to get to the essence of what crypto is. I want to get to the essence of what markets are, why people play them. So I really want to be the contribution that I make to, anything that I do, quite frankly, is helping people get to the essence of it, to think from first principles, to build a thesis, even though that only the simple spreads. I do want people able to understand the nature of this. Do you see markets as gambling? Like, are they gambling at their very nature?
I'd move even more fundamental. We are gamblers, everyone, all the time, constantly, because we don't know what the future holds. So let's take an example, and I wrote this in a previous essay. So imagine there's a building, you walk into the building, you can take an elevator. So the stair, walking up is safer than the mechanical thing, which is an elevator.
This guy is fucking stupid as
Walking up
fuck.
the stairs takes more energy than riding up the elevator. So what do? Whether you're conscious of it or not, is constantly evaluating the probability that if I do one of these things, will there be harm that comes to me? And is the probability of that harm outweighed by the gain, whether it's time or energy, by using one or the other modes of transportation? And so you're gambling. You don't know do you know if this elevator is going to break down and fall 30 flights in an instant? No, but
Governments around the world are collectively over $300 trillion in debt. Now, everyone knows it's only a matter of time before this debt bubble bursts, but nobody wants to be blamed for it or left holding the bag. The most terrifying part is that the elites appear to be using this growing debt bubble as a tool to prevent their opponents from taking power, or keeping them in check on the off chance that they do. So today we're going to explain how government debt is being weaponized to prevent real political change from taking place, reveal who is involved, tell you what comes next, and what it means for the markets. Make no mistake, this is one of the most important videos you'll ever watch. In September 2022, Liz Truss became Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. By the end of October, she'd resigned. Now, the official story was that she was forced to resign after she proposed a spending plan that would cut taxes without reducing spending, which would increase government debt. This caused the value of UK government bonds, aka gilts, to collapse. This in turn put pressure on UK pension funds because they are the largest holders of gilts. The result was that to sell gilts to keep functioning. This caused prices to go lower, causing more forced selling, and so on. Put simply, Truss's government spending plan caused the UK pension system to implode, so she was forced to resign. But that's just the official story. In April of this year, Truss published a book titled 10 Years to Save the West. The gilt market crash was facilitated by the Bank of England in order to force her to resign. Now, not surprisingly, the media has largely dismissed this as a crackpot conspiracy theory, and even some of her own supporters are skeptical. What is surprising, though, is that not only could there be some truth to Truss's claims, but that we could be seeing the same phenomenon in other countries where establishment politicians are being elected. It boils down towards the government debt because these are the entities that can move markets. Now, besides pension funds, the Bank of England seems to be the largest holder of UK gilts. Truss alleges that the Bank of England contributed to the gilt market crash by announcing that it would be selling gilts as part of its rate hikes prior to her spending plan. This is where things get a bit complicated, so bear with me. Central banks change interest rates in three ways. By adjusting the interest rate that commercial banks use to lend to each other overnight, by buying or selling government debt, and by announcing to these two policies in the future, which causes the market in advance. Now, whereas adjusting overnight lending rates changes short-term interest rates, buying or selling government debt, i.e. bonds, changes long-term interest rates. If central banks sell government bonds, it causes long-term interest rates to rise, and if central banks buy, it causes long-term interest rates. Again, the mere announcement that a central bank will do either is enough to move the market. Now, here is where things get interesting. Most central banks will not sell government bonds to raise long-term interest rates. Instead, they will just refuse to buy new bonds. This is precisely because selling can cause volatility. However, the Bank of England made the decision to sell UK gilts despite these known risks. Many macro analysts have since acknowledged that this was overkill. It begs the question of whether the Bank of England contributed to the gilt market crash that resulted in Truss's resignation. The answer could be that it was just a coincidence, just fighting inflation when the spending plan was released. So, yes, but it wasn't the only factor at play, and there's no way to prove that it was intentional. Even so, this begs a much bigger question. If central banks are some of the biggest holders, buyers, and potential sellers of government debt, does this mean that they can influence government policy and politicians? Well, the short answer is yes. To understand why, though, we must go back in time. But before we hop in the time machine, if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to batter that like button and subscribe to the channel and ping that notification bell so you don't miss the next one.
Hold up a second there, Guy. Sorry to interrupt, folks, but I just wanted to very quickly tell you about the Coin Bureau deals page. Now, this is the place where we have put together some of the very best deals and promos in all of crypto. So you can think things like exchange sign-up bonuses, trading fee discounts, and money off of hardware wallets, and much, much more besides. So if you want to check that out, coinbureau.com/deals is the place to go, or you can just use the link in the description of this video down below. Thanks very much, and now back to you, Guy.
Now, after the UK gilt market collapsed, there were many headlines declaring that the so-called bond vigilantes had returned. Bond vigilante is a term coined by an investor named Ed Yardini, and it's used to describe holders of bonds that will sell or threaten to sell their bonds to pressure their issuers. Again, this is because selling bonds causes interest rates to rise, which makes debts more expensive. Ed coined the term in 1980 when large holders of US government bonds started selling in order to pressure the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates more aggressively. For context, there was surging inflation in the 1970s and 1980s. Then, Fed Chairman Paul Volcker eventually raised interest rates into the double digits in order to fight it. The more relevant instance of bond vigilante activity, though, comes from the 1990s, when large holders of US government bonds started selling to protest against then-President Bill Clinton's government spending plan. Long-term interest rates rose from 5% to 8%, and the spending plan was subsequently scaled back. Now, the bond vigilantes basically disappeared in the 2000s and 2010s. This was mainly because central banks were actively buying government debt during this time, namely after the dot-com bubble burst in 2001 and after the 2008 financial crisis. The practical effect of this so-called QE was that it kept bond prices high. For reference, buying government bonds doesn't just cause long-term interest rates to fall, it also causes the price of these government bonds to rise. Logically, the bond vigilantes weren't too upset about the constant QE, as the whole purpose of their bond investing activities is to make a profit, at least on paper. In practice, this all depends on who the bond vigilantes are. If they're private entities, such as pension funds, then yes, it's in their interest to maximize profits in real terms. This means ensuring that they're being paid back with an interest rate that compensates them for inflation over the duration of the bond. Obviously then, the resurgence of inflation since the start of the decade has led to speculation that the bond vigilantes are back with a vengeance. In other words, large holders of government bonds are pressuring governments and central banks to fight inflation by reducing spending and raising rates. Again, this is because a failure to control inflation would mean losses for bondholders in real terms. The thing is that the largest holders of government bonds are no longer private entities that are profit-orientated. The consequence of all the QE we've seen since the early 2000s is that public entities such as central banks are now some of the largest holders of government debt in many countries, like the UK. Whereas private entities like pension funds are incentivized to maximize returns, public entities like central banks are effectively incentivized to maximize politics, as they are effectively a part of the government. And this is where things get seriously scary, particularly for anti-establishment politicians. Take a second to consider that there are 10 times more Democrats than Republicans working at the Federal Reserve. Now suppose that an anti-establishment Republican politician is elected president later this year. Then imagine that there is significant bond market volatility after they propose a government spending plan. At first glance, it would look like the bond vigilantes are back again, selling their bonds in protest. Upon closer inspection, however, things could look very different. If the Fed is still running down its balance sheet or even outright selling bonds, a case could be made that it's contributing to the market volatility. In fact, one could argue that it's the Fed's job to intervene when there's bond market volatility. A mere lack of intervention from the Fed could therefore be seen as an overtly political act, letting the bond market crash in order to pressure a Republican president into resigning. But the Fed could claim it's just staying in its lane. Now, this might sound crazy, but it looks like it's happening in the EU, and it could happen again in the UK. Let's rewind to the autumn of 2022. Shortly before Liz Truss resigned as Prime Minister of the UK, Giorgia Meloni was elected Prime Minister of Italy. Like Truss, Meloni had promised to make a lot of changes if she took charge. Unlike Truss, Meloni has failed to follow through on most of her policy promises so far. Now, most assume this is because she's just another career politician, another puppet of the World Economic Forum that's meant to give the illusion but deliver more of the status quo. However, there's evidence to suggest that the bond vigilantes have been pulling her strings. Meloni reportedly decided to tone down her rhetoric after seeing what had happened to Truss. As you might have guessed, Italy is in a similar position to the UK. The European Central Bank is one of the largest holders of Italy's government debt. Notably, it's apparently been the biggest buyer in recent years. This makes the ECB an entity that's capable of being a bond vigilante for Italy. As we just discussed, public bond investors are driven by politics, not profits. The political imperative for the ECB is a continuation of the EU as an institution. As a right-wing populist, Meloni is a threat to this continuity. Of course, it could be a coincidence that Italian bonds have become less volatile as Meloni has fallen into line with the EU's attitudes towards things like immigration and the war in Ukraine. But it's possible they're a direct outcome of her compliance. Comply, and the ECB will keep your bond market stable. Additional evidence for this can be seen in France, where bond market volatility spiked after President Emmanuel Macron called a snap election. For those who don't know, the right-wing National Rally Party, led by Marine Le Pen, recently won France's EU elections, foreshadowing a win in the snap election. As with the UK and Italy, mainstream media outlets reported that the bond market vigilantes started dumping French bonds in protest at Le Pen's populist economic policies. After a week of record volatility, the National Rally abandoned many of its key proposals, including political and geopolitical ones. As many have pointed out, this much bond volatility would typically justify ECB intervention, yet the ECB hasn't lifted a finger at the time of shooting. Whereas the Bank of England's actions could be explained by its inflation fight, the ECB's lack of action with France seems to be inconsistent with its easing cycle. To clarify, the ECB recently began cutting rates and signalled more rate cuts were coming. This would theoretically make the central bank more willing to intervene in EU bond markets with QE, bond buying. This fact is a bit harder to write off as a coincidence, but it's impossible to prove that the ECB's refusal to stabilise France's bond market is due to fears of a far-right government in France. As with our hypothetical example involving Republicans and the Fed, the ECB can claim it's just staying in its lane. Funnily enough, that's essentially what the ECB recently said when asked about the French bond market. Not only that, but France's bond market remains incredibly volatile. While this could be explained by the continually high spending of the Macron government, the fact that financial media outlets have continued to scream about a Le Pen government being bad for bonds suggests politics are the cause. Further evidence for this comes from a recent bond sale by the Macron government. The fact that this bond sale went smoothly despite bond market volatility suggests the volatility is political, not economic. Although the ECB isn't nearly as involved in French bonds, public institutions are still very large holders. The caveat is that the politics at play in France could be radically different from what's happening in Italy and what happened in the UK. And they could be identical to what's about to happen in the UK. And here is where the real craziness begins. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and French President Emmanuel Macron recently called elections that caught most people off guard. At first glance, it's not clear why either of them did this, given that they're both projected to lose. Upon closer inspection, however, it appears they know what's about to happen to their bond markets. The day before Sunak called the UK's election, the IMF warned that the UK government needed £30 billion to stabilise its debt burden. 2 weeks before Macron called France's snap election, its debt was downgraded, meaning bond investors are slightly less certain the country can pay its debts. With that in mind, it starts to look like elections were called in the UK and France because both countries are at risk of defaulting on their debts. and the parties in power can do nothing to stop it. Now, this could once again be a coincidence, but it's evidently a much better explanation than what's been given. And it would explain why both Sunak and Macron have been pushing for objectively unpopular policies. Think about it. By calling an election when they're down in the polls and pushing for policies that push them lower, Sunak and Macron have guaranteed that their political parties will not be blamed for any upcoming debt crises in their respective countries. Their opponents will be left holding the bag. Now, this is exactly what Steve Bannon, Trump's former chief strategist, believes is happening in the UK. He believes that the Conservative government called an early election so that the Labour Party will win. Then the gilt market will implode, Labour will be blamed, step down, and the Conservatives will return to clear up the mess. In Bannon's own words, it's going to be Liz Truss times 10. Oddly enough, though, Bannon doesn't believe that the Bank of England was behind Truss's ousting, and he might be right. You see, QE by central banks hasn't just made them big enough to be bond vigilantes. It's also reduced the supply of freely tradable bonds. This is something macro analyst Weston Nakamura has been shouting from the rooftops for years. Part of the reason why bond markets are becoming so volatile is because their circulating supply is becoming increasingly restricted as central banks buy up more. This is extremely important. What it means is that you don't necessarily need a big bond holder to be a bond vigilante. In plain English, you need to be a central bank or a large pension fund to move bond prices anymore. The restricted supply makes it possible for smaller players like hedge funds and the like to move the markets. In turn, this means that the supposed bond vigilante activity coming from central banks and other public institutions could actually be regular bondholders knowingly or unknowingly playing the role of bond vigilante. It could actually be regular billionaires like Bill Gates changing policy and pressuring politicians. By the same token, however, the low circulating supply of bonds means that central banks and other public institutions could also be playing the role of bond vigilantes with the smallest of changes. Even the smallest action or smallest inaction could be enough to move bond markets, which is truly wild. If this is indeed the case, though, then it will inevitably result in central banks having to buy up all the government bonds in circulation, as that will be the only way to control bond market volatility. In fact, they could be forced to do so precisely because if they don't, then they will be accused of being political. Put differently, central banks will eventually have to comply with the politics of whoever is in power, because if they don't, the politicians in power will claim the central banks are being political and force them to comply, which will paradoxically make them political. A self-fulfilling prophecy. Come to think of it, the fact that central banks may only intervene in bond markets once they've been forced to by the political party they're potentially protesting against could cause a delay in the initial response. So this brings me to the big question of what comes next and what this means for the markets. Well, in case it wasn't clear enough, it seems that what comes next is a government debt crisis of some kind, with France and the UK potentially leading the pack. Canada could also be on the list if it gets a snap election too. FYI, Canadian government debt is also at risk of being downgraded. If that happens and we see a snap election in Canada, that will be further evidence that snap elections are being held so that existing politicians dodge the debt bubble bullet and potentially weave their way back into power after the shootout. This ties in to what it means for the markets, and if you've been paying attention, you'll already know the answer. The only way to contain bond market volatility at this point in time is for central banks to buy more and more of the government bonds in circulation, but it looks like not all of them will comply. For those unfamiliar, central banks are supposed to be apolitical. They're supposed to act independently of the government. As I mentioned a few moments ago, politicians will eventually have to force central banks to do whatever is needed to ensure the government remains funded if they don't do it voluntarily. This will be easy to do in countries that have their own central banks, like the US and the UK, but it will be very difficult to do in countries that have shared central banks, like France and Italy. That's because it will be hard for one EU country to force the ECB to comply with its demands, given that there are other member countries. What this means is that the political forces in the EU could work the other way around in bond markets. Public institutions like the ECB could be in a position to put pressure on Euro countries by engaging in the bond vigilante type behaviour it already seems to be exhibiting with France and Italy. In turn, this means that it will be very difficult to have genuine political change in European countries that use the euro. The ECB will just refuse to provide the buybacks required to keep bond volatility low in the countries that refuse to comply with the EU. Again, it will appear apolitical, but it will be very political. The only way out for such countries could be for them to go off the euro and launch their own currencies, but that would cause even more volatility and risk a total breakdown in social cohesion. Alternatively, these countries could adopt other currencies that give them more fiscal freedom. Regardless of the path, however, the destination is the same. Central banks will need to buy all the government debt because, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who is in power. The governments will spend, and the promises being made by politicians to buy votes means spending will keep increasing. The good news is that this will be very bullish for risk assets and stores of value, which will capture most of the liquidity. The bad news is that this is going to result in a misallocation of capital unlike anything we've ever seen. Right-wing and left-wing politicians will spend trillions in the name of their ideologies. All this will do is increase wealth inequality and political polarization, which will result in even more radical ideas on how the infinite trillions printed by the central banks should be spent. The result will be an enormous loss in purchasing power of fiat currencies and people being desperate for alternatives. Governments will present their central bank digital currencies as the solution, and many will probably try to impose them in the name of the greater good. With a bit of luck, however, alternative technologies like cryptocurrency will be developed enough to provide an outlet for those looking for financial freedom. For everyone else, their wealth will depend on how much they comply with the demands of whoever is in power, as is currently the case in places like Russia and China. Buckle up, because the West, and some would argue it's already here. So, let's hope we find an alternative ASAP. And that's all for today's video. So if you learned something new, be sure to hammer that like button. If you want to keep learning, subscribe to the channel and ping that notification bell. And if you want to help others learn about the growing government debt bubble and how it will burst, be sure to share this video with them. As always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. This is Guy, signing off.
The odds of you dying broke are extraordinarily high. Making money is not about being smart. It's about not doing dumb things. Dumb things that virtually all of you are going to do. But if you want to beat the odds and all but guarantee you'll die rich, there is a really simple formula to follow. The question is, will you be able to do it? I'm joined today by best-selling author Morgan Housel, and we're going to lay out the formula for wealth creation.
No, fuck no. Why the fuck would I want to watch that? Why the fuck would anybody want to watch some douchebag having some bitch shit? What a douche.
They ignored your potential, just your achievements, and mocked your ambition. But it's not the critic who counts. You know that. From the beginning, you couldn't be stopped. Breaking resistance with every swing and block. Your game plan never changed. So enjoy this moment. One they said you'd never live to see. Some still call it luck. Let 'em. 'Cause you know that it's always been inevitable.
resuming in Calgary land use affecting the home values? This is Jessica Chen of JCRE and
Governments around the world. There's a lot of fear in the crypto world right now. It's almost as if it's right on schedule. Bitcoin mining has become profitable once again. The U.S. debt has explodified, and Goldbug soothsayer Peter Schiff is saying sooth stuff again. He's chiming in with another doomsday prediction about Bitcoin. There's also a lot happening around the world as far as blockchain and crypto are concerned, and we're going to give you a whirlwind view of some of the things that are happening. The world may appear to be in chaos, but we are in control of this podcast and believe every little thing is going to be all right, man. This is our bad news episode number 6 of the Bad Crypto Podcast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One happy countdown to 5s and 4s and 3s and 2s and 1 to 0. And welcome to the Bad Crypto Podcast, the show for the crypto curious, the crypto serious, and those that might be in between us. We are the blockchain lunatics, the crypto clowns, the DeFi DuFi, the GameFi goobers, the metaverse morons, the Web3 weenies, and some would say the bad crypto badasses. Sir Lord Travis Wright and myself, Sir Lord Joel Comm, here to serve you.
Has ever called us bad crypto badasses, and that was this random guy named John McKiffey. How do I remember his name? Something like that.
We actually have the audio of that.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know if that means we arrived or we were over at that moment, but he did.
Listen, people, these are the bad crypto badasses. What are you gonna do?
Yep, we got another news-laden show for you with the latest from the crypto world, and we're going to get into it right now because here comes that little transition music that indicates we're transitioning. Screen share. Oop. The timestamp for right now, when we are speaking, is the 8th of July, 2024, 3:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The crypto market cap, $2.18 trillion. Bitcoin had a rough week, down 11% at 56,356. Ethereum, also rough week, under $3 grand, 29.97. BNB, 506. Solana, 137. XRP, 43 cents. Toncoin, 712, and Dogecoin is rounding out the top 10 at 10.7 cents. Tough week.
There's been a lot of losers too this week. You know, you're going in and look at those, like what happened this last week. There's been, you talk about the few winners. Notcoin, was up 16%. I don't even know what the hell Notcoin is.
It's not a coin. It's not a coin.
It's not. It's actually something to do with the Ton blockchain, if I recall correctly. Mantra was up, Multiverse, EGLD was up 10%. Nothing else popped up. I mean, we're looking at some of these losers. Brett, which was the Coinbase, that's the base meme project, that's down 34%. Dog with Hat down 27%. Good. Suck it, meme coins. Even Stacks is down 22%. That's the layer 2 on top of Bitcoin. So the whole market took a dump. Gala down 21%, down to 2 cents again. It's just been crazy, and really, you know what I want to say, Joel?
What do you want to say, Travis?
I just want to say, fuck you, Germany, essentially. That's all.
Yeah, but you know what? They haven't sold yet. So
they've been selling since mid-June.
I mean, look, this is regardless of the things that are happening, this is all right on schedule. If you look at the charts, once again, this is the summer doldrums that are taking place before what we believe is going to be the massive, explosive bull run that's going to happen as we get closer to the election. Election years, the stock market goes up, Bitcoin goes up. It's like clockwork. But
But people say, you know what else is clockwork, Joel? I mean, seriously, is this greed and fear chart? Yeah. I mean, if we'd have been following the greed and fear, we were looking at like, oh my God, it's 80-something, extreme greed. That should have been an indicator to sell because where was it on in? It was 73,400 bucks, 81% of extreme greed, and then it got even higher, got up to like 85% extreme greed as well there in March, I think, something like that. That's like anytime it's ever been that high, it doesn't keep going up. It always takes a refresher. It should have been a brilliant moment to be like, yeah, let's go ahead and get out for a little bit, but. Crazy times for sure.
A lot of fear right now. 28 is the fear on the indicator. Ooh, be very afraid. So you mentioned Germany.
Really fearful. Really, it's like, but I mean, dude, that's a fear. That's a really, really low. If you're looking at this, even when the dips have happened before, I mean, what is it? You said it's 28. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking in here, and I'm going the fear greed index. I mean, very rarely. Just scroll through there. You can see in like, summer of 2022, I see it as at 15 at one point, it was at 20. But even some of these other points, it's like fearful was like 28, 30. So it's like, this is like near the bottom of where the fear index has typically been historically, right? I mean, even before when it's like the price was always low, the fear and index greed, very rarely is it in the 20s, Joel.
I mean, we could go lower. There's some.
We can definitely go lower.
Going to the 40s. I'm skeptical of that. I kind of feel like 50 is the emotional bounce line. But what the hell do I know? I don't know anything. I know I'm hodling for the run. The German government still holds over 2 billion in Bitcoin, according to coinspeaker.com, which is accounting for 9% of the trading volume. So they're selling off. Okay. If they were smart, they'd probably be hodling, right? Because that'd bring a lot more for Germany if they just hodled onto that Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. But it's been a continuous sell-off, right? And so it is adding this additional pressure on Bitcoin. Not only that, I think we talked about it last week with Mt. Gox doing it. America is also liquidating some of their Bitcoin, like 4,000-ish Bitcoin that they had got from Silk Road, right? And so, this does freak out the market. It does destabilize the market, and it's sort of a rogue thing because you can look at all the charts you want and go, oh, look at this indicator right here. This is a positive indicator that's going to show an upward trend for Bitcoin, and then you get somebody coming in and just plopping down the nuts on the table and saying, no, we're selling all of this. We're going to continue to sell it. And there's been a lot of experts out there that have been condemning their sell-off strategy. And then even folks like Justin Sun and some other ones have been saying, dude, instead of selling it, you should have it as a strategic reserve or sell it off market so it doesn't impact the global market. So just talk to Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor probably buy some of it.
Or let it do what it does. Remember, every time there is a seller, there's a buyer.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not like the Bitcoin ceases to exist. Somebody is buying that Bitcoin. They're buying it cheaper. And it's fine. Because when this kicks in, we're going to see those days like we were talking about before. It was like, oh, Bitcoin's up $5,000 today. We're going to see days within 12 months that Bitcoin's going to jump $10,000 in a day. That's going to happen.
And this is definitely a weird cycle. I'm gonna pull up the video that I sent you yesterday.
What's that?
On Instagram. I'm gonna actually copy the link and just send it over to you.
We're gonna watch the video. Okay.
Remember the one we can pop it up there. I'm gonna send it over to you in Signal. The Instagram post where it was talking about Satoshi Nakamoto.
This is interesting. Okay, let me go ahead and go in here, and I am going to share this and share the audio. Now, who is this guy before we play this?
The company is called True Perspective.
All right, let's see what he has to say. I can't hear him because he's.
And then there was no such person. People saying, is it this person or that person? But nobody really seemed to be the actual Satoshi Nakamoto. It is a Japanese name. Well, then let's treat it like a Japanese name, which means step one, put it in the order of Japanese names. So it's Nakamoto Satoshi. Step 2, write it in Japanese. Nakamoto is very, very simple. It's Naka, which is also part of the name for China, the center, the central kingdom. And Moto is the second character of Japan, the origin of the sun, the origin. So center, origin. And Satoshi is the Chinese character for wisdom or intelligence. Center and then Moto together is really central. Satoshi, you can translate as intelligence. So we're really saying this name means central intelligence. I like to sometimes keep it.
Maybe not. Who knows?
Well, I don't speak Japanese, so all I'm taking is at this guy's face value. And how is it that Bitcoin, started in 2009 essentially, and why is it in 2014 is the first time we're hearing Satoshi Nakamoto means central intelligence? And we've always had this debate back and forth. Did the NSA create Bitcoin, right? How to make a mint, a digital crypto, a digital token or something, right? So it was by somebody whose name really sounds like Satoshi Nakamoto. So if you go and look at that paper from 1996, I look at that, I go, So, Joel, devil's advocate, why is the German government selling all their Bitcoin? Why is USA selling all their Bitcoin? Just as a devil's advocate, do they know something we don't know? It's weird. It's kind of a weird thing.
Not convinced nor persuaded, but will definitely say, okay, I was wrong. If it turns out that was wrong, I
gotta let our people know, because that's a possibility. I mean, we've always thought that it's a possibility, and if so, it's a long con for a long rug pull, baby.
Well, meanwhile, Bitcoin mining profitability has rebounded after the halving impact. Newly minted Bitcoin, newly U.S. listed mining companies have increased their share of newly minted Bitcoin up to 20.8% due to added mining capacity and a decline in hash rate. This is a positive up, and modest recovery is what they're calling it right now. So, we shall see. Mining companies are on the upswing right now. In fact,
there's less Bitcoin available, but with the hash rate decreasing, right? That makes it easier, so they can mine more by having more devices out there doing it. And so, a lot of Bitcoin miners are shifting towards high performance computing and AI hosting to diversify those revenue streams, according to this article, to capitalize on the growing demand for AI and cloud computing. But we'll see what happens. If Bitcoin goes up to 150, 200,000, like some were saying, then, get this cheap Bitcoin now, right?
There's more stories about Bitcoin miners, because I don't really care about the story, but it's in our show notes if you guys want to check it out at badco.in/734. You will find links to all of the stories that we reference here in show notes. Of course, the doomsayers are still out there. Peter Schiff is saying smart money is selling, dumb money is buying it through ETFs. And he says, quote, they set up Bitcoin ETF investors to be the bag holders. Now, I'm looking at it this way. I'm going big money, the huge financial institutions that are doing these ETFs that are moving into Bitcoin, they're not dumb. They didn't get to be super wealthy and controlling the world because they are dumb. They are not going to sleep on Bitcoin. They manipulate stocks as it is. Tell me that they're not going to run this thing up so that they get massive profits from their involvement. I can't guarantee anything, but if I was going to guarantee something, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and I would say, it depends on if there's hidden information that we just don't know. Right? And so smart money is they got information we don't have. And, my thought, that's one of the problems I've always had with this, Joel, is that if big money, traditional finances jumping in, like BlackRock, buying up big portions of Bitcoin, and then look at Germany. They have a ton of Bitcoin. They can just drop it all on the market and manipulate the market whenever they like. And so is that what's going to happen? BlackRock holds the Bitcoin. The ETF investors, they don't hold the Bitcoin. They hold shares in the ETF. So if BlackRock was wanting to, do the net outflow, or any of these other ones are, there was a net outflow on Friday alone of $143 million. So keep an eye on that. We want to look at the inflows versus the outflows of those Bitcoin ETFs. When you start seeing people like BlackRock dumping, then that's not good. Hopefully that's not the case. But right now the market is definitely looking bearish.
Well, it's not good for the short term. But long term, Bitcoin is either going to thrive based on its own merits or it's not. And I don't see anything that has changed fundamentally at all. We could talk about trading ups and downs all day long. Nothing changes. Except, you know what else doesn't change? Peter Schiff's predictions don't change. In 2012, Bitcoin was $1 and gold was $1,700 an ounce. In 2023, skip 2023, let's go right to now. Bitcoin's worth $56,000. Gold is worth $2,300. So you tell me, what is the better investment? Like if he had bought Bitcoin,
he just took 1 ounce of gold, he just had a fuck ton of it, and just bought 1,700 Bitcoin and be like, okay, well, let's see. What I lose? I lose 1 ounce of gold, $1,700.
Then why don't you go to the Bitcoin machine and go pull up some of your Bitcoin?
It doesn't make sense because even he knows that gold and silver are manipulated through fake paper versions of it, and paper money is a big fraud. So, at least with Bitcoin, there's algorithms behind it that control that basically say, this is all they're going to be, right? And so there's a lot of people who have a whole lot of faith in Bitcoin, and as do us, we're doing the show. But I'm always going to have that devil's advocate thing, because I just don't ever really trust government.
Yeah, well, why would you, especially when our government is completely out of control? The U.S. debt has exploded. Look at this, $876 billion more in debt in the last 6 months. And the next CIA director is saying that our balance sheet is a national security threat. Well, of course it is. Of course it is. So our national debt is now $34 trillion. So it increased in 6 months, almost $1 trillion in debt. Now, I don't care what Mike Pompeo has to say, but that apparently he's the one who's quoted in this article. I don't think you need to be a former military or government intelligence to say, this is really bad. This is a really bad thing that we are so far in debt.
But one of the things he does emphasize is that the debt to GDP ratio over this next decade is supposed to go from 97% last year to 122% in the next decade. That's telling me it's not going to be so long when we look back and go, oh my God, we're $50 trillion in debt. And then you go, well, who do we owe that to? And a lot of times it's those global banksters, the global banksters who run and control most of the things. So you allow people to control bankers to control the paper currency, and we got big problems. Why do we still have pennies? We don't even need pennies anymore. We don't even need nickels almost at this point. We still
what is wrong with your brain?
How long until we see $1,000 bill?
You know what? Yeah,
$1,000 bill now.
start paying fucking half coins.
There are some that are fighting the centralization of digital currencies.
CBDCs,
and in North Carolina, their state Congress voted to ban central bank digital currencies, and the governor of the state, Roy Cooper, vetoed it.
Yeah.
Nope, not going to allow this.
Look at it though. Look how lopsided it was. It was a 109-4 vote in the House and a 39-5 vote in the Senate, and almost unanimously. And so, who is this Governor Cooper? Who is he tied to? Who's the big money pulling his strings? Because that's the next question.
Right. Well, the good news is that legislators could override the veto with a 3/5 majority in both chambers, which they clearly have it. So they need to go back and vote, and they're going to be like, here's Governor Cooper, where you can veto it. And I don't know who's you were on your knees in front of who, but
Well, this was probably a CYA kind of thing for Cooper, cover your ass, because he's like, look, I vetoed it. I did what I was supposed to do. And then the House and Senate of that state goes, no, we're going to do 3. Dude, they need 75% of the votes, and they have way more than, they have like 90%, 95%. So clearly the veto is worthless, and that's just him posturing for whatever purpose.
Correct. Meanwhile, around the world, there are things happening, and we mentioned that that we're going to take a quick look at some of those things. One of them here is in Russia. The central bank there is going to pilot their digital ruble. By the way, I saw a video, which I'm assuming the translation was close to accurate. Saw a video this morning of Putin talking to the press saying, we don't have to do anything to the U.S. They're imploding themselves politically, and he said, look what they did to the last President Trump. Everybody around the world knows that this is BS. That what they've done to him is total nonsense. And he's like, we don't need to fight with the U.S. Their infighting is doing it themselves.
Yeah. You know, that was one of the things that I was actually looking for when right when the Russian-Ukraine issue was beginning. I was like, dude, is there any? Do I want these in my stable coins in dollars, or I'd like to maybe have some Russian stable coins, or some of these other coins? It's almost like when you're doing forex, but it's almost like, is there a forex for stable coins in different markets? Because it's almost like I would have liked to have had some that could be converted back, because there was such an arbitrage opportunity at some of this point. And then with countries like Russia and even China and the BRICS that are saying, hey, we're going to this. I don't really think there's CBDC. I don't like CBDCs anyway. It should be a stable coin connected to some sort of assets. And so they did have it nearly right before when they were talking about doing a Russian-backed digital currency backed by gold. Remember when they were talking about that? Not going to happen, though. In fact, they want to be in control of their digital currency, and they don't want crypto exchanges in Russia. They want to keep tokens out of the national economy, which is what you would expect from a communist country. But would you expect that here at home? Right, yeah. That's not how it's supposed to happen in America. We're supposed to encourage the people to innovate and develop. Back across the pond here to Venezuela, sanctions from the U.S. spiraling inflation and government corruption created an economic nightmare for Venezuelans like they didn't have one already. All right? It's a nightmare on top of the nightmare that they've already had. Nightmare on Venezuela Street. So cryptocurrencies accounted for 9% of the $5 billion in remittances sent to Venezuela, and they've increased every single year since 2018. This chart here, what does this mean? So there's no parity between Venezuela's national currency and cryptocurrencies, and crypto purchase with the VES, with the Venezuelan and whatever currency theirs is, compared to the value of the other one. So look at that. Remember this in 2018, we were talking about when the government there created the Petro, and it's failed because people don't want to use it. Because why do people want to use another government currency? They already don't trust their government legitimately. Well, remember we had the conversation around that. It was not only a new government currency, but it's literally siphoning away future wealth from Venezuela, selling those oil contracts from oil that doesn't even exist, that they've not even mined yet, right? And so it is mining. What do you do when you oil? You mine? You don't mine the oil, do you? You drill. You drill it. Yeah, that's right. That's the word I was looking for. Drill, baby. Drill, baby, drill. Kind of mining. You're pulling it out, but get that. So is in the African crypto market is growing under Solana. So this right here is talking about how Bitcoins. Yeah, they are maturing the crypto market, and for some odd reason, they really love Solana. And you're right, it's those shit coins. This Nigerian prince out there is like, I have all of these Pepe coins, and you can inherit them. Just send me your wallet, private keys. Why would you assume they talk like that? I don't know. That's racist. I didn't do any clicks, though. You could have done the click, but I didn't.
That's okay. We'll go from Africa back to further along on the eastern side of the hemisphere. Japan's active crypto trading population expected to hit 500,000 in 2024. So it is rising.
Daily users. That's what's huge. Is I think there's way more than 500,000 total. But this is talking about daily users of crypto.
Yep. So more, again, this is why when we look at prices going up and down and ancillary things that are affecting the price, because it makes people afraid. Remember, this is programmable money. There's only 21 million. The halving just happened. It's slowing down in the number of Bitcoin that are coming into supply. There's no stopping this beast. And let's see, from Japan to, this has nothing to do with being around the world, but from Decrypt, apparently degens are betting on Biden's woes. Bowden, I guess, was the one that had a big week. The Bowden token.
Yeah. Well, there's a betting site on Poly Market that enables folks to go in and make bets on what they think. And so they're thinking Kamala Harris is the one that's going to win the nomination.
Possibly the least qualified person ever in the history of ever to be president of the United States.
You know what's interesting is that it almost seems like, not to get too political on this, but
go ahead, do it. I don't care.
I was watching an interview from Tucker Carlson from a few years back talking about how the powers that be sort of railroaded Nixon, and how Nixon was one of the very most popular presidents and actually won by a larger margin than anybody has won before or since. He had over 17 million more votes or something. I don't even know what percentage that was. And then he was coming after the deep state. He was coming after the CIA. And then the Watergate happened. And what's weird is that 4 or 5 of the burglars of the Watergate thing were CIA assets.
And Watergate is nothing compared to what the Democrats did with the Steele dossier and manipulating the 2016 election and what they've done with the 2020. Nothing pales in comparison. We're talking.
Here's the thing on that the point that I wanted to get, and I agree. I totally agree. It's a whole other rabbit hole. But what's wild was, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they? So it was Nixon, and then wasn't Spiro Agnew as vice president?
Yes.
And then Spiro Agnew, they edged him out, and then they put in Gerald Ford, right?
Yes.
And then, so he was not elected. Gerald Ford was not elected at all. And then Gerald Ford had his own VP, which wasn't like Rockefeller or something. Nelson Rockefeller was his VP. So these dudes were not even elected. These were assets that were placed. And they said, hey, you're not going to get rid of us. We're going to get rid of you. And they did. And not only that, but they've sullied the reputation of Nixon. I always thought Nixon was a piece of shit because that's what I've heard.
That's what we've been told.
I didn't even research on my own. I was like, oh yeah, what a shitbag he is. But yeah, weird.
I am not a crook. That's what we're.
No, so my point is, Kamala, right now, they're going to wait to a certain time. Then they're going to put somebody in as the VP under Kamala, probably. Could be Hillary or Big Mike or Gavin Newsom, one of them. And then what's going to happen? Oh, they're going to eliminate Kamala somehow, and then they're going to put their person in president that wasn't even voted. They're going to try to do the Nixon thing again.
You said Big Mike. I just picked up on that.
If it's not clear to you at this point what's going on with that was the big facilitator of the whole trans movement, and Big Mike is all about it. So what are you gonna do?
You know, this has really been puzzling to me, right? There's certain people in our society, in our culture, that see things from outside of our political parties and are able to discern and ask questions. You know, how do we know this is true? What does the evidence tell us? To not believe we believe what our eyes and ears say, not what they tell us our eyes and ears should believe. What is it about an individual that determines which side of that they're going to fall on? That they are trapped in the matrix with the blue pill, and they just eat it all up. You know, they watch The View, they watch these talk shows, they watch CNN, they believe all of it. They go to these protests that don't even know what they're actually protesting. Useful idiots. What is it in human DNA that causes that division in whether we get it or we don't.
Is it cognitive dissonance, or is it there's another one, cognitive bias?
I mean, we all have that to some degree, right? None of us have everything right, but there's so many things that you can go, hey, this is 2 and this is 2 and that equals 4, and somebody will come to you and say, no, it's not. And all you got to do is just look at the whole gender thing, and well, we don't know. Actually, there could be hundreds. There could be millions. Oh, so basically names. That's
yeah. So I would say this as part of the government indoctrination camps, right? And how, I was thinking about this the other day, is that, there's an absorbent amount of single mothers raising kids without any masculinity at all. And so I think it's not that there's toxic masculinity, it's that there's a minimal amount of masculinity that a lot of these kids are growing up with. And then their teachers are also mostly female. I don't even know what the statistics are, but probably
or non-binary or pansexual or trans.
They're just mostly feminine, all right? I think it really should be, are you masculine or are you feminine? It's not, are you a man or woman? It's like, are you masculine or are you feminine? Because there's a lot more feminine men now than ever before, and that's probably a result of too much estrogen in their food. They eat too much soy, and I don't even know. But the question comes into, you believe certain things because, dude, just kind of like me with Nixon right there. I was going like, dude, I always thought Nixon was horrible, so if Nixon's horrible, fuck Nixon, right? I would have never even. So I think that school has a way of destroying people's curiosity. They have to go and learn, sit down and shut up and learn what we're going to tell you. This is what's going to be on the test. Problem solvers, they want people to regurgitate what they're being told because they've always looked for creating employees for their factories.
And this is why I appreciate people like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point that are going to these college campuses, setting up a tent for dialogue, saying college is a scam. And he's right, because 50% of the people that pay for their degree will not have a job based on that degree. And
well, they don't want to pay. They don't want that. They want to scream in your face if you think something different than them, then you're a racist Nazi or something.
But they do. Some of them discuss come off as great video for the masses. How out of touch they are. But anyway, I digress.
This is a final point, and I don't disagree.